X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething torment they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me right now, punch your face now. Show you how.
It's always funny when people in the comments or like in the chat ask if I am the singer there, which you are very much overestimating my singing abilities. I cannot sing. I can hardly talk. Hello, everybody. It's good to see you all. Welcome back. How are you all doing? I hope you all had a good day today. Serenade us, San? No, I'm not even gonna try to sing. One time, when I was younger, when I, like, smoked weed for the first time, I got so stoned, the first time I got high, I started singing. Loudly, apparently. Like, really loud. Loud enough the neighbors next door could hear me just loudly singing and laughing my ass off because I got so fucking high the first time I smoked weed. I didn't know where I was or when I was when I got high for the first time. I didn't know what I was doing. I was, like, that gone. I just kept on, like, hitting the pipe, eating chips, drinking, like, more of my gallon of water. I'd go, drink a bunch of water from my gallon, then eat a bunch more chips, take another hit, eat more chips to get the flavor out of my mouth, and then more water, then take another hit, and then eventually, I didn't know where I was or when I was. And I was just laughing uncontrollably every few seconds. It was good times. Very good times. White boy water gallon? Yeah. True. Real. What's going on, everybody? I hope you're all having a good one. Hypers in chat if you've had a good day today. Sort of slashy. Oh no, admin. Watch the new Pillar of Garbage video on heel versus babyface? Okay. We might. So here's the plan for today's stream. Hold on. I just took a big old walk. Like, you ever eat a big meal and then not wait 30 minutes to go on a big walk? I just did a big walk to my local vape store and bought some vapes right after eating a nice big meal. So I'm, like, congested in that way that you get after you eat a big meal and, like, do some exercise. So I'm not getting sick or anything like that. I'm a little phlegmy, you know? Water helps, though. Simply teleport? Yeah, why didn't I just fast travel? Why didn't I think of that? God. I forgot about the fast travel mechanic. Now I gotta unlock the fast travel point near my vape store. Then I can travel there instantaneously with just a short loading screen. No, Bethesda removed it. Ah, damn it. This is what we get for allowing Todd Howard to have so much money he became God. Hey, JBZ. Morrowind reference. I'm not sure why Elon ever got the idea in his head to make fast travel real. You know what is cool, though? You know what's gonna be, like, the closest to actual fast travel we'll have, besides getting, like, atomically disincorporated? Listen, I will never take a Star Trek-style teleporter. Because canonically, the first time any Star Trek character ever used the teleporter, like the thing that, like, beams them down to planets and back up onto the ship, they died. And they die every time they use it and just get recreated like a clone, but the original them, or the previous clone, just gets destroyed. So you die the first time you ever use the transporter. So that sucks. What's awesome, though, okay? What is awesome and terrifying, like, you would have to pay me millions to do this. Like, I'm gonna be honest, guys, I don't think I could ever actually go to space. Not because the going up would be scary. It would be scary, but I can handle that. Like, the smooth going up and down on a plane, like, I'm scared on a plane, but I'm not freaking out. What would freak me out is entering the atmosphere in one of those pods. Like, the second that we started to no longer be floating down towards Earth and started to be falling down towards Earth, I wouldn't be screaming. I'd be too scared to scream. The one time I've ever been on a roller coaster, the photo snapped of me is literally just a photo of me there with my hands on the bars, and I just look like this. This is my fear face. Like, it's just me like that on the fucking roller coaster. Just fucking... My eyes are wide, but my face is just completely neutral, like... Because I literally can't, like, I'm so freaked out by the experience, I can't say or do anything. I've shut off. That is how terrified of heights I am. I've done the thing on stream before, by the way, where I'll show a video that's meant to evoke fear of heights, and I put my palm up to the camera, and you guys watch as it gets shiny and sweaty in real time from my, like, active fear of heights being brought up by a video. so much so that my palms sweat. Do you guys want... We could do that. We could do that. We could do a, sweaty palms compilation video and see how sweaty my palms get. You guys down for that? Good little stun lock before we get into topics? Okay, hold on. Sweaty palms heights compilation. Yeah, my hands are already starting to get a little clammy just thinking about it. Let's see. Oh, this is my fear, okay? This, indoor heights are where it is the most scary. I'm gonna be honest. My palms are already sweating from this one, guys. Indoor heights are where it's the scariest. Alright. Watch my palms. They're gonna get sweaty. It'll happen faster if I close my hand, but I just want you guys to be able to see it happen. Jesus Christ. My other hand's definitely damp, but I haven't closed this hand yet, so I can't tell if it's... Oh yeah, it's definitely getting clammy. Jesus. This video's not in the highest quality, so it doesn't evoke the fear in me as much. Your hand is so red. It is... Hold on, my headset just dropped and reconnected. This headset's dying. Here, I'm gonna put on this one. It's a compilation, because the videos seem to be higher quality, and I'm already freaked out by this one. Okay. Alright. Bro. I hate that. I hate that so much. I hate that so much. I kind of hope he falls just because I resent him for doing this so much. Like, the fear goes away if he just falls and it ends, you know? Like, I don't feel this fear if I'm watching something that I know is a snuff film. You know? Because I know I'm about to see someone die. There's no, like, suspense there. It's just like, alright, well, I've mentally prepared myself to see someone die. But in these videos, it's like the prospect of them possibly falling and dying is what freaks me out. Ooh, yeah, we're getting a little clammy. Climbing peaks doesn't really freak me out as much. I don't know why, but like these really high peaks. Obviously, I'd be freaked out if I was in this position and cold as hell, but yeah, I don't know. It's just too beautiful. Here, let's skip to a part where it's really scary. Like the urban climbing shit is what gets me. Ooh, wow, this is pretty clammy. Hold on. Let me switch to the full cam and you guys can... Let me do this. You guys can maybe get a view. Oh yeah, you can get a little view of the shine. Yeah, my hands, they're getting clammy. They'll, like, actively drip sweat if we find a video scary enough. You know what video really gave me the sweaty palms? It was the Tom Scott video. The Tom Scott video, hold on, let me find it. He copyrights, though, so I have to mute it, maybe? Or no, I don't think he does copyright. Oh, you know what's even better? Hold on. Tightrope questions or fall. These videos are the ones that make me... He does strikes in? Okay. These videos, the ones where it's like asking people questions in a tightrope, and they have to answer correctly or they fall. Does anyone have a... Oh, I can't find any. For fuck's sake, Xanderhall? Send me a link. No, it has to be POV. That won't give me sweaty palms. I'm trying to find a specific video. God, YouTube's algorithm has gotten so much worse as of late. If you search for something too specifically, that specific thing won't come up. It's like what would have been the top result because you searched exactly for that thing doesn't show up anymore. Have you guys had that same experience for the last, like, few months? Yeah, I can't find shit on YouTube now. Like, yeah, like, I've been trying to find, like, old classic videos that I remember that are still up on YouTube, and I have to dig for them. They will be pages behind when they were, like, originally the top result. Yeah, it's not in a good spot right now. Wow, I can't find any of these videos. Damn. Oh well, never mind. Chat doesn't have any links either. I literally did that today trying to find one of your videos. Yeah, YouTube's really going to shit in some aspects. What are you looking for? I just got here. Very particular YouTube video series, like genre, in which people are on a tightrope, and if they answer questions incorrectly, they get dropped. So I was trying to find them, but YouTube is really bad with their recommendation algorithm lately. So if you search for something very specific, everything but what you searched for will come up in the results. And it also just recycles the same videos and puts them in a different order when you refresh your recommended. Yep. It like 90% of the videos of my recommended now are videos I've already watched that it's just feeding me back over and over again. If I set everything to autoplay, it'll just keep autoplaying the same like 50 videos over and over and over and over again. Yeah, it's really stupid. God, I fucking hate it. Not only that, but if you search for something and scroll down far enough looking for your video result, it starts showing you results that are those videos you've seen already, that are unrelated. It starts recommending you videos you've watched already and never finished. Like, oh, hey, before you continue on through your search results, you want to click on and resume any of these videos you were watching before? And it's like, fuck off. Just let me find the video I was looking for. Yeah, if you Google it, you'll usually find it faster. Well, no, Mr. Biru, the point was to demonstrate how afraid of heights I am. Like, so much so that just watching videos of it will make my palms sweat. Missing the point. Rooftop parkour doesn't make my lift, makes it extremely hard to run, makes it extremely hard to do calisthenics, makes it extremely hard to do parkour.
I forgot. Guys, we have an awesome sponsor for the video. It's called Overplay Games.
Anyway, I thought that'd be some cool footage to talk over. Trampolines were always super scary when I was a kid because I was smaller than everyone else and people liked to launch me. You know what does look fun? Hold on. Getting launched. Wait. Trampoline world record. Have you seen people get launched, like, really fucking high in the air with trampolines before? That shit.
The world record
Yo, yeah, here.
if he gets this.
I couldn't do this. I'm getting sweaty palms from this, dude. Okay. Hold on. Alright, here's the part where they go for the record. I think so.
What the actual fuck is going on with this guy?
Where do you have to go in the world where they set up, like, massive, like, city block-sized trampolines for people to use? Like, is this some European shit? Because this doesn't happen in America. There's no obstructing the road here. Unless you've got, like, lots of permits. And, I mean, I assume you need that here, too. But, like, this would never happen in America, I feel like. Yeah, this is Europe. That is a European town. I think this is, like, Croatia or something. I don't know. Holy shit! Oh my god! Bro went horizontal, and my fucking heart dropped, dude. I thought he was about to crack his head open on the pavement. Imagine he came down from like a 50-foot fall and then bounced horizontally. He could go flying into a building, dude. They had to catch him. If there weren't people there, he could have easily fallen onto the concrete. Oh. Look at that airtime. Look at that airtime. Okay, that's not much. All right, let's see the part where they go for the record. This is where they do the really high jumps.
Well, Jake hit it. He's the only guy who's doing this in ball outs. Oh,
this isn't even the high one. Okay, here's the most replayed part.
Ernest going for 11 meters, which is currently the world record if he gets this. 11 meters. Here we go. Boom.
Oh, he grabbed on.
What? He backflipped out of that, bro.
Dude, that's crazy. What is this stun lock? Chat, I'm gonna let you guys in on a little secret, okay? Sometimes, I'm gonna talk about things that aren't politics. It's gonna happen. Because believe it or not, I am not an exclusively politics content creator, and I recognize that in order to be a long-time content creator on this platform, you have to diversify your appeal to a broad variety of things. If I just, tie myself to politics, only politics, and I'm like inseparable from that, then my popularity, my success, all these things will be tied to how well politics is doing online. Which is why I prefer that you guys think of me more as a variety creator who just does a lot of political content and has strong based opinions on politics, but, does other stuff too. I enjoy a good stun lock. Sometimes politics hurts the brain. True. Leftist redneck. That comment makes zero sense to me. Cherry T21, thank you so much for the $10 donation. I really appreciate it. That's very kind of you. Said, speaking of height. Because I'm terrified of heights. Oh, God. Yeah, this is pretty scary. I'd be pretty scared walking across this. It's definitely... Yeah, and they do that. Yeah. I mean, it's really obviously fake when the cracks start fading. Oh, it plays audio, too. What? That's gotta be like a high-tech thing to just have on this glass walkway at the side of a mountain. That is really cool that it cracks when you stomp on it. They check the panels daily. Yeah, I'd hope so. I don't want to have it break and fall through. Can we get a tropic stun lock? You don't tempt me, okay? Don't you tempt me. Loverworm, thank you for the $5 donation. Thank you so much. Said, the issue I have with the concern with the Star Trek teleporters is that people who use it don't actually care about dying and being cloned multiple times. Nuh-uh. There was a specific character in Star Trek who did not want to use the transporter and had to be pressured into it almost every time. And when you know the fact that it was because of that, because he knew that it killed you, and he didn't want to go in any time. And he had to be, like, bullied into it. Yeah, I forget what character it was, but yeah. Just because most characters have been so sociologically conditioned into believing, like, the transporter is just a normal thing in society and not to worry about it, doesn't mean that what I just said isn't true, and by our standards, that's fucking dying. Yeah, I said, nuh-uh. Have you seen the hate around the Ahsoka show? I have. It's nice that the Phantom Menace types don't have to pretend to like Ahsoka anymore. Because for a really long time, they would pretend like they liked Ahsoka and be like, oh, yeah, here's a good example of a female character in Star Wars that's good. and now they don't have to pretend that she's acceptable to them anymore. The Ahsoka show looks mid, TBH. The funny thing is, isn't Rosario Dawson playing Ahsoka? Because what I remember is she was set to play Ahsoka in the live-action stuff, and there was a story that came out years ago about her allegedly assaulting, like, a trans housekeeper that they had. I think the story ended up getting, like, proven false or something like that. But because it was such a big story, the right was, like, super on her, like, Rosario Dawson's side and trying to prevent her from, like, potentially getting fired by Disney. Very much like a Gina Carano situation, but much lesser. And so it's strange how just a few years later they flipped on that, you know? Granted, they did the same thing with Gina Carano's character initially. They hated her because, like, strong female character in the Star Wars show, This Is Woke, and then her actress came out as conservative, and then all of a sudden they don't hate her. Adventure Time live action series? I don't think that could ever work. It genuinely couldn't. Although they could work Jake out of it to not have to worry about the Jake stretchy CGI inevitably looking weird because, like, spoiler alert for Adventure Time, Jake is dead for, like, most of what is now the timeline of Adventure Time. So, like, you could just set a live-action story after Jake's death and not have to worry about it. No, Default X. I feel like outside of the show and, like, on-screen projects, Adventure Time stuff gets the shaft in the same way Walking Dead stuff does. You know how The Walking Dead is, like, a massive franchise, but we've only gotten 2 good Walking Dead game franchises? We've gotten the VR games, the Saints and Sinners games, which are really good, and then the Telltale games, which are far better, but there's been, like, another dozen Walking Dead games that have all been shovelware. The same is the case for most Adventure Time games. Most Adventure Time games have been borderline shovelware, and just an absolute disappointment and like failure to reach the potential of what an Adventure Time game could be. But who knows? Maybe in the future, we get like a good open world RPG in the land of Ooh, what like everybody wants. What's shovelware? A cheaply produced, just genuinely garbage game made for no other purpose than quickly pumping out a game under a popular IP's name to get a bunch of sales and not really caring about the quality of the game at all, you know? There's plenty of examples that I could probably bring up of shovelware games. Like, no, FIFA and Call of Duty are not shovelware games. No, those are not shovelware games. Those are AAA, massive game franchises, lots of money and polish put into them. I'm thinking more like, do you remember the Walking Dead Survival Instinct game? The one where you play as Daryl? That is a good example of shovelware. A lot of Walking Dead games come to mind as like an example of shovelware. The E.T. game, the Atari's E.T. game was literally the original shovelware game. Literally, just any iteration of what the Atari E.T. game was in modern day, that is what I'm talking about when I say shovelware. You know what does shovelware mean? I'm not answering the same question back to back from multiple chatters. I'm sorry. If you didn't get the answer from the last person, if you didn't get the response from the last person I answered the question from, I don't know how to help you. When I hear about The Walking Dead, I'm reminded of people who became obsessed and made guides on how to survive a real zombie apocalypse. What a time. Dude, I miss the early 2010s when zombie media was at its peak. A lot of people say, like, The Walking Dead fell off and it's bad or whatever. Well, it obviously didn't fall off and it's not dead, considering it's now got, like, multiple spin-offs in the works, which is not a sign of a dead franchise. But a lot of people say they fell out of the show and they stopped caring about it. And they say it's because the show stopped being good. But me and my friends recently, I got bored of it, TBH. I'm about to explain why I think that's the case. Me and my friends rewatched it recently. Granted, we rewatched it, like, in a whole binge over the course of a couple months, and we don't have, like, the weekly wait between the really slow, badly paced parts of The Walking Dead, and that's The Walking Dead's biggest problem, pacing at certain points. Then the problems really aren't an issue when you're binging it and you don't have to wait for week-to-week releases of the show. So now that the show's fully out, if you want to do a rewatch of The Walking Dead or give it a full try to, like, watch the whole thing, it's a good time to do so. It does not build towards any ending in sight. You clearly have not watched the last, like, few seasons of the main show or couple seasons of the spin-offs, because they're all leading up to the same converging ending point, which is, I don't want to spoil it, but it's very obvious. But it is very much building towards an ending event. If you know anything about storytelling, you can tell that it's leading up to a converging, overarching ending event. There's a sequel series, isn't there? Yeah, and that's the, like, ending story. We've got, like, the Negan and Maggie show, and the Daryl Dixon show, and Fear the Walking Dead. And those shows are all their independent storylines following main characters from the original show that are very popular. And their stories are all converging with the series about Michonne and Rick Grimes called We Are the Ones, or The Ones Who Live. And that show's the one that's... I think what they're probably going to do... I don't want to spoil it. Watch it yourself. You'll like it. Trust me. What I think got a lot of people disillusioned with The Walking Dead was the fact that zombies culturally became stale. And so the thing that made The Walking Dead so special stopped mattering to so many people. The Walking Dead was always a show about people having, like, internal and interpersonal and moral conflict, but in a zombie-filled apocalyptic world, and it was just interesting at least to see them kill zombies. Like, there were literally millions of people who watched The Walking Dead for no other reason than to see people kill zombies. And even if you didn't like the show's writing, its dialogue, its pacing, or anything like that, people still liked it in the early seasons for the zombie killing. But getting into, like, 2015, 2016, zombies really started to fall out of the cultural zeitgeist. You started to see those video essays about how zombies are a tired, like, thing, and, too many zombie games, it's oversaturated, yada, yada, yada. And as a product of that cultural fatigue of zombies, we found that, like, The Walking Dead lost a large portion of its cultural success because people as a whole were less super into zombies. Then again, though, zombies roughly every 10 to 15 years have another big cultural jump in popularity, you know? And it's very likely that that's probably going to coincide with another peak in popularity of The Walking Dead and other zombie media in that ballpark. Attack on Titan kind of fell into the zombie culture hype, I've noticed. Honestly, I think it did to an extent. I think especially mid-Walking Dead, like the mid-series, like the late mid-series of The Walking Dead, feels strangely Attack on Titan-y in certain aspects. Like, when they're riding out on horseback to, like, patrol for, like, hordes of walkers in, like, the wild, when they get to the point where they're just using medieval weaponry and they're forging armor and swords and using bows and arrows and horse-drawn carriages and stuff, and they're having to, like, form formations to, like, guide herds of zombies. It definitely gives a little bit of an Attack on Titan vibe, especially because they gotta, like, defend their walls and everything. Attack on Titan really benefited from the 4 years in between season 1 and 2. I mean, I literally just got into the show this year. So I literally got to, like, not even care about it as a property right up until the final wait for the final installment of the story. So now, like, I literally caught up just a few months ago, and now I just have to wait, you know, the next few months with you guys for the final part. Pretty cool stuff. It's really the story around zombie films about survival that seems interesting. Um, I'll give you guys, like, if for any of you that are interested in, like, getting into The Walking Dead, but you feel it doesn't have any end point that it's leading up to, here's what I'll give you as, like, a very vague synopsis of where the story is headed. There is a massive, possibly world-spanning organization that has an insane amount of resources at its disposal. It has been there since the beginning. It has been foreshadowed since the beginning of the show. The black helicopters that Rick has been seeing, they're this group. They're trying to cure the zombies and stop the zombie apocalypse in some way. They're researching it, and they may be onto something. They consider Rick Grimes, the main character, a very valuable resource, which is why they've kidnapped him. And we don't know where he's been held. We don't know why they have him. But we know what their goal is to, you know, end the zombie virus. And the fact that they see Rick as valuable to them suggests some things based on what we know of zombie media already. And so it's basically a multi-show spanning quest of the main characters from the original show now searching for Rick after he was taken away by the black helicopter that he's been seeing regularly throughout the show since the first episode. And so Daryl is in France following a lead on where Rick might be. Negan and Maggie are incidentally in Manhattan Island doing a different thing, but it's heavily suggested that, you know, the CRM has something to do there, and that's going to lead them to a lead on Rick. And then obviously there's a bunch of CRM stuff happening in Fear the Walking Dead, and there's characters from the main show in that show, and, you know, no doubt Morgan's going to end up reuniting with Rick because they have to do that again, you know? Like, every time Rick and Morgan get distanced and separated, they have to have a big reuniting where they're like, holy shit, you're still alive, bro. Didn't the CRM nuke a city in Nebraska or something in the lore? They didn't nuke it. They blew up the walls and flooded a massive horde into a multi-thousand person survivors colony in, like, this city, like, around the University of Nebraska. Holy shit, I should get into the show. It's becoming sort of like the MCU, but good, in that it's like a cinematic universe kind of thing now, which I know a lot of people feel like that's a tired concept, but I like the idea of cinematic universes where you've got multiple properties that can all do their own thing, but they also exist in the same world and they can kind of like cross over with each other. I like that. That's besides Marvel, there's not been a lot of media that's actually done that. If, to be honest, like, people say it's tired and overdone, but it's like one big like franchise has done that. There's not really like yeah, and it's all converging on one big thing. So you know, I don't think it's a tired concept. It just makes sense for world building. Imagine making a cool world and only being allowed to tell one story. Yeah, you know what? For anybody who's never seen anything Walking Dead, you should start with the Tales of the Walking Dead. It's another Walking Dead like spin-off show, but it's an anthology series where each episode is a different story following different characters in the Walking Dead universe. You want to watch the one that's called fuck, what's it called? Oh, it's so good. The episode stars Terry Crews. It's like really... It was an episode of The Walking Dead, like an anthology episode. Each episode of Tales of the Walking Dead was meant to be a different thing. One was meant to be horror. One was meant to be like psychological, fuck your brain, what's going on, you know? One of them's a mystery. And one of them is a comedy. A full-on comedy episode. But The Walking Dead is a pretty grounded and gritty universe. So how do you pull off, like, relatively over-the-top comedy while still keeping it grounded. This episode does it really well, and they do it with, like, good chemistry between characters, and those characters being competent enough in this world that they're not in so much danger that them being funny or doing funny things is unbelievable. What's the name of the episode? Evie/Joe is the name of the episode. Joe and Evie is the name of the episode. It's Tales of the Walking Dead, Joe and Evie. It's a complete, like, standalone anthology episode. It's a pretty solid intro to the Walking Dead universe, but a very light-hearted one. So I think you'll like it if you want to try out the franchise and just do one episode. That's just a standalone thing. Okay. It is time to do segments, but first, I'm going to tell you guys what the plan is today. Right now it is 7:40, which means in a little over 5 hours, the new episode of Fiona and Cake will be premiering on HBO Max. As you can imagine, just like last week, I will be hosting a big ol' watch party for us to watch it together in my Discord server after stream today, which is why I am going to be streaming up until about 20 minutes until the episode premieres. I'll be ending stream, hosting anybody who's live, of course, but directing you all into the Discord server and into the VC so we can do the watch party right after stream. So I'm going to be live streaming pretty much right up until the premiere. Like, just about 20 minutes off from the premiere. We'll wrap up. We'll get into the VC. We'll watch the new episode of two new episodes, of Fiona and Cake. 44 whole minutes of Fiona and Cake we're gonna get tonight. So yeah, it's gonna be awesome. Why don't people use nuclear winter environments? Nukes wouldn't make things a desert, TBH. Well, funnily enough, Adventure Time did that. The world got, like, all cold and frozen after the nukes went off in Adventure Time. For unrelated reasons to nuclear winter, but it was still a winter after the nukes went off, so it's kind of a nuclear winter. There were people in the watch party watching the show with us that had, like, seen a couple of episodes of Adventure Time, like, when they were younger, that came in to watch it with us, and they never knew that it took place in a post-apocalyptic world. And so they like joined the watch parties, and then when the big reveals would happen, they'd be like, "What the fuck? I didn't know this show took place in a post-apocalyptic world." And the reactions got consistently more surprised as we got further into the story to episodes like I Remember You, Simon and Marcy, Stakes, etc. Because a lot of people didn't know the depth of the story because they might have just tuned into a couple of episodes. As a writer, I find it insanely hard to justify characters using nukes. I mean, in a storytelling sense or a moral sense within the story, like good guys using nukes. Because that can almost never be justifiable. Like, in the realistic political ramifications. Like, the nuking of Raccoon City and like, in Resident Evil would have, like, massive political implications. Like absurd political implications. Like 9/11 times a trillion. I love that one image where it's Raccoon City burning, and it's Mordecai and Rigby standing next to the sign for it, and they're just saying, "Dude, Benson's totally gonna fire us." It's a good meme. Okay. Good. All right. Let me boot up play Minecraft. We're gonna get on 2b2t.org and play a little Minecraft on there while responding to the chud content I have cataloged for us to respond to tonight. It's gonna be a fun time. Just gotta boot up. Paladin Toaster, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't know if you've talked about the villages here in Florida, but hey, I know about the villages, and I've talked about it before. But you should go over it. Also, I'm from Florida. I'm very familiar with the villages. At the very least, go over the loofah thing. It's kind of funny. Nothing but horny old people. Oh, no. The villages is full of degenerate old white boomer Floridians. Like, the worst of the Florida, like, population exists within the villages. It's a massive gated community that's more like a gated city. Imagine, like, boomer, gated community, golf everywhere, and it's huge. Like, literally square miles and miles and miles. Like a town, a college town-sized area. All behind gates and all occupied by old people driving around golf carts. All Republican voters, all Trump signs in their yard. Strict HOA, so all the houses have like extremely green, perfectly cut yards and up to code vegetation. All the houses have to be a very specific range of colors and color palette, so it's like just peak hellish American suburbia. But yeah, I could go on. I could certainly go on. Thank you for the recommendation, Paladin Toaster, and thank you for the $5. Raviolupe, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Said, they can get fans back in the show by revealing the CRM or making a genetically engineered clone of Glenn. That would definitely bring people in for sure. Yeah, if they just revealed like after credits scene for like one of the episodes of The Ones Who Live, we just see like Glenn in like a tank in a CRM lab, but in his head is like reconstructed and it's like stitched together. Like it's just the most ridiculous shit ever. Like he's just got big cartoonist stitches, like a spider web around his head. Like they sewed his head back together. And he's like in a Bacta tank. Yeah, that would bring a lot of people back to the franchise for sure. Hands over, and Herschel's there next to him, but he's got like a ring of stitches around his neck. It reveals the CRM is working on resurrecting every big main character who's died. That would actually go hard as fuck, though. Unironically, AMC, hire me. Like, how hard would that go? If they just, like, revealed, actually the CRM is using the zombie virus to try and resurrect a bunch of the dead main characters. It would be so contrived and stupid. It'd be such bad writing, but it would also go hard. You can't deny it wouldn't. Or it would. Wouldn't? I don't know. Alright, let me make sure I don't have coordinates up on screen. Good, 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 good. No coordinates are up. Should be safe from that. Don't want to dox my location in the game. Very good. Now let's get the first segment up. Alrighty. Oh, and Paladin Toaster, thank you for the additional $5 donation. That's so kind of you. It really does help. Thank you, thank you. Says, hey, Zan, I've been listening to your stuff for a while now, and I wanted to say I love everything you make, and I don't know why, but for some reason you remind me of Skitscape. Dude, the funny thing is I just got a Skitscape video in my recommended on my YouTube homepage, because once again, YouTube just recommends stuff I've already watched over and over. At like when I was bringing up the video I'm watching, and yeah, Skitscape, classic Minecraft YouTuber, Skitscape and Fods, the OG Minecraft duo in my mind, besides obviously like the Ogscast and stuff. Skitscape, now it's a name I haven't heard in a long time. You know, I'm friends with both of them on Discord. I almost, if the Tropicraft series I was going to do, the server thing, the 14-day event for the tropical vacation thing didn't fall through, Fods is going to be joining that. But unfortunately, there was some bug involving like a banana leaf block or something that was corrupted, and every banana leaf block that would generate in the world was going to crash the server, and there was no way to fix that because the Tropicraft mod itself was broken. So, we got a little bit turbo cucked there. I will prep a like new version of that event for next year though, and I'll make sure it's ready much earlier, and we'll do like much more, you know, hardcore testing ahead of time. It was actually like it threw us for a loop that we actually encountered a problem with that server because the mod pack we were using was so lightweight. It was literally just Tropicraft, a few like mob spawning mods, and some visual mods. And the one that ended up breaking the game was Tropicraft itself, because that particular version was broken. The banana leaves would crash servers for some reason, but not single-player worlds, which is why my playtesting and single-player didn't, you know, bring up any issues. You know what also didn't bring up any issues? Playing it in multiplayer with Essential mod. Granted, I couldn't have done that, like, full scale, but... Hey, Hashed is here! Hey, Hashed! It was pretty crazy. It works just fine in single player too. I know, like, I put in a lot of testing to, like, see if there'd be any problems, but it only seems to happen to the server. But it's just a problem with Tropicraft. There was nothing that could be done. Hash did a really good job setting up the server and put in a lot of work hours, but there was just no way we could predict that without having, like, just known sooner. And there was no way to know sooner unless we, I don't know, maybe prepared sooner, and that's my fault. I assembled a pirate mod pack, and it's stable in single player. Need to multiplayer test it, though. Yeah. Your boy is learning Java, so I might be able to fix / rewrite stuff now. Hell yeah, Hash. That's going to be awesome. Nice stuff. When you play Baldur's Gate 3? Eventually I will. Doesn't really seem like a stream game, though, to be honest with you. I feel like that's the kind of game that, based on the reviews, I'm just going to want to be able to play off stream and just, you know, immerse myself into. What I'm thinking of doing is, once 2B2T kind of gets stale on this current update, and I've, like, built my city and it gets griefed or whatever, and I want to take a break until I do my next project and, like, I come up with ideas, the thing I wanted to do was catch up on some of the games I still have to finish, notably Destroy All Humans 2, remake, and the remake of Dead Space 2, or Dead Space 1. And then from there, I wanted to play some survival games on stream. A Pillow Raid? Hell yeah, thank you, A Pillow. I wanted to play some survival games on stream. I thought that would be pretty interesting, because there are some that I have in my playlist on my Steam that in some cases I've never even booted up for more than like 20 minutes. Notably, The Forest. I've never like even booted up The Forest. I've barely played Ark, but I love the the prospect of Ark, so I'd love to stream that. But I think I need a new PC for that one. I've been playing a bit of DayZ off stream on the official Frankie on PC server, which has been cool. And so DayZ standalone modded is actually pretty fun. There's Eco. Hash is currently hosting an Eco server, but right now I've just got so much on my plate I can't get into Eco because that'll absorb my life. That's like a real, like, no-lifer. We'll probably set up like a fan server for Eco. That's going to go hard as fuck. Like, that's legit going to be the most... Oh, you're not hosting Eco right now? Okay. That's going to be one of the most dope servers we've ever done. Eco, let me see if I can play a trailer for that game really quick. Like, this game is so up the alley of my audience, it's not even funny. Yes, I know it's evocative of Minecraft. It's very different, though, you'll see. A tranquil world whose days are numbered. Its survival is in your hands. A meteor is coming to destroy the planet, and you've got to stop it by building a giant laser gun, like a laser cannon, to blast it out of orbit. But to do so requires massive technological advancement on a server-wide scale, and you've got 30 real-life days just to stop it. But you have to prevent the planet from becoming obliterated by your technological advancement. You collaborate to advance and build a civilization. By the way, like, every profession that you could do is so deep, you have to specialize in, like, one or two things. Like, you could be a farmer, or you can be a mason, or a miner, or whatever, but, like, you can't do everything like it's like you do in Minecraft. You've got to be, like, the server's farmer, and you've got to have multiple farms set up in different regions on the planet. It's one, like, relatively small, like, circular planet you can run around in circles, kind of like Spore, almost. And you have to basically set up highway roads all around the planet to make your trips, because, like, a lot of it is, let's say you're a mason. You're crafting bricks that people need to use to build their house, and so you're going to set up a shop in a central location a lot of people visit to buy stuff and travel, and then you're going to have to, like, set up your cart, and then eventually your car, then your truck, etc., as you advance to carry your stuff out. You set up a political system and hold elections, and of course, all the while, you're burning fossil fuels through a large part of this game, and increasing the carbon amount in certain areas of the planet. And you've got to get to ecological equilibrium while also advancing fast enough to build this massive laser cannon, or no matter what, this planet's going to die, and you fail. Everything from hunting animals can make them go extinct if you don't, like, conserve them. Such a good game. It's legitimately one of the best games I've ever played. It's one of those games that I want to know life, and, like, I know that when I do go into it next time, I'm going to know life the fuck out of it, so I'm, like, abstaining. Eventually you get to the point where you've got, like, heavy equipment and factories and shit. But you're putting an awful lot of carbon. As your industry grows, so does your impact. Everything you do produces garbage. You cannot delete items in this game. There is no item deletion in this game. All trash you produce, all additional blocks, items, garbage, refuse, whatever it may be, has to go somewhere. You have to bury it or dump it or find a way to convert it into a usable resource. You can't just delete items or despawn them or anything. So, like, this is from people cutting down trees and shit. These scraps of wood from the branches and stuff have to be destroyed, or it's gonna prevent things from being able to grow. But that wood has to also be stored somewhere. You have to, like, pile it up somewhere, or find a way to dispose of it. If you burn it, it becomes carbon in the atmosphere, which is now polluting the atmosphere. You gotta look at version 10 when you're done with the trailer. Yeah, they've updated the game a lot. This is like the pollution amounts in the different areas of the planet. Eco, it's called Eco. ECO. catastrophe without causing one of your own. And shoot that meteor down. So apparently there's a new trailer that does a better job of explaining the game. A lot of these are development streams. No, I think it's just the one trailer hashed. Anyway, we're going to do a server for that in the future. It's going to be a lot of fun. I think it's just patch notes. Okay, yeah, we're not going to read those on stream right now. That one furry, thank you for the $10 donation. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $10. Very based in Pog of you. Said, hey, Xanderhall, have you seen the Jalen debate? If you haven't, basically a bunch of commentary YouTubers do a debate and kind of go mask off on their politics. Yeah, I've heard about it. I saw that Turkey Tom had uploaded a video about Jalen again. Basically what they've been doing is like a prolonged series of like just making fun of and attacking and harassing Jalen on basically under the guise of it's just because she has very poor ability to manage her behavior when upset about things, and sometimes does things that can be like destructive online, which is just like a thing that some people do. Some people just aren't as good at handling misfortune when it comes to their online presence as others, right? And they end up embarrassing themselves. But in the case of Jalen, the reason why people are treating it as so worthy of attack is no doubt because she is trans, and the vast majority of the attacks she does get are because she is trans. And if she were not trans, then chances are she would not get anywhere near the amount of harassment she does. They tried to accuse her of being a pedo. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me because she's trans. That's the thing a lot of people are trying to do. Naomi Chance, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I don't have a clever joke. Take my money. I will absolutely take your money. Thank you. I appreciate it. They faked Discord logs and everything. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's awful. Pretty awful stuff. Well, I appreciate your support, though, guys. Thank you, thank you. All right. It's time for topics now, though, guys. No more stun locking. Let's get the videos sized up. There we go. Baller. Ballerology. This is baller logical. Okay. Awesome. Okay, cool. All right. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1. Action. All right, everybody. So there's this website, this publication called Bounding Into Comics. The vast majority of you have probably never heard of it, but those of you guys who have are probably cheering right now at the fact that I'm going to be talking about it. Bounding Into Comics is a reactionary nerd media site run by this guy, John Trent, who is a very unsuccessful, quartering, no bullshit clone anti-woke YouTuber. And much like the articles and all of his are on his site are all about how insert thing has gone woke and it's bad, that's the same type of content he does. And he recently put out a video that I feel like is sort of an all-encompassing piece to talk about this general viral drama. This is the right's desperate attempt to defend themselves against the massive storm of dunking they've been getting on them for the viral meltdown of heels versus babyface over pronouns in Starfield. You see, they've basically gone full triggered SJW over Starfield, and it's made the rest of the internet laugh at them. And that's really what decides who is and isn't winning the culture war at a given time. Who is and isn't freaking out the normies. And right now, the right are freaking out, and that's freaking out the normies. And that's kind of a dub for the left. People like Heels vs. Babyface making an embarrassment of themselves has been kind of an optical win for us, and I could not be happier to see that. But Bounding into Comics, the guy behind it at least, made this video, and it's all about defending Sargon's defense of Heels vs. Babyface. So I feel like we're going to get kind of a all-encompassing defense from the right here. So I couldn't think of a better video to react to on this than this one, of course. So let's just hop right into it. I'm not going to delay any longer. Let's go.
YouTuber Carl Benjamin, aka Sargon of Akkad, recently shared his thoughts as to why gamers such as Heel vs. Babyface, aka Az, are rightfully angry with Starfield and its injection of woke politics here.
So what they've been calling it over and over again, like in comment sections where they defend, so I've got like in my comment section, people have been defending Heels vs. Babyface. They keep repeatedly referring to the inclusion of the option to pick your pronouns in the character creation screen as an injection of politics. Because to these people, they've been convinced that pronouns themselves are a political topic up for debate. And so when you include them into a video game, you are essentially including something that denotes that you're on a certain side of that political debate. What most of the people who are backing these grifters don't realize is that there is no debate around the validity of trans rights or the validity of pronouns. Most of these people literally say, I hate pronouns, and not realize they just used a pronoun in that exact sentence, right? That is legitimately how lacking in self-awareness these people are. They don't even know what a pronoun is. But the people who are spreading this, the grift, the people who are just bullshitting to make money, they know what they're doing, and they know what they're saying is bullshit. It's why they can't even answer the question, what does woke mean? You hate woke stuff a lot. You're always talking about how bad wokeness is. What does woke actually mean? Can you tell me? Can you give me like a solid answer to that question? And they never have one. There'll never be a solid answer to that question. Son of a bitch. These things are annoying. So yeah, when they say that, that's what they mean. It is an unsubstantive critique. It means nothing. When they complain about the inclusion of this pronouns option, they don't realize that they're the ones who need to make the case for why the inclusion of the pronouns option is a bad thing. One of the most common arguments I've heard from them is that it's pointless and it doesn't matter. So its inclusion is bad because the only purpose it serves is to indicate to the player, I guess, that the people who made the game agree with progressive ideology. While on the same hand, they complain that it's a big deal. It makes no sense. What's very clear is that they do not like trans people. They don't agree with the scientific consensus on gender, pronouns, sex, or trans people, or any of that stuff. And they see anything that signals a validation for trans people or the science that validates them as an attack on them and their politics, and they're offended. Like, they're just offended. That's all it is. They are offended that a piece of media they like has signaled support for politics that they disagree with, and so they become offended. Because conservatives, much like how they accuse the left of being, are massive snowflakes who can't handle dissent from their own views. It's why they insist that there not be any separation of church and state, for example, because despite the fact that it's unconstitutional to join those two entities, they disagree with that political philosophy. And so despite the fact that it's massively hypocritical for them to advocate for this, they advocate for the merging of church and state. Because there's no honesty there. They just, much like many other people, but they seem to do it the most, they just argue based on emotion.
So if you don't
Bill.
know what has been going on, there's been a clip of a stream from YouTuber as of Heel vs. Babyface where he ranted about Bethesda Game Studios' inclusion of current day politics into Starfield. The clip was shared by Dan Vask, and
it's crazy how much their language has started to singularity itself, you know? Like, at this point, they all use the same buzzwords, and that was a big sign that the anti-SJW skeptic genre was dying out back in the day, when there stopped being any uniqueness to the content as a whole. Because if you guys remember, back when the original this era of politics happened online, you would basically get every single day the same lineup of YouTubers all talking about the same story or video or whatever it may be, but with like a different like spin and personality. But they're all making the same arguments, all very dumb arguments with no substance to them. But they were funny, at least, generally, and they were quippy, and so they stuck with people, and they would get repeated as if they were original thought by people who'd heard those arguments. And once those arguments started to become just the same thing over and over again, current day, SJW, Mafreeze, Peach, and everything, the anti-SJWs basically Flanderized themselves. And people started to notice, and when these people would say their talking points, it started to become less of a compelling argument they were making, and more of like a joke. Like, you guys remember when these arguments that were once, like, compelling arguments that radicalized people started to become, like, ironic memes that people would recite? Like, even in popular culture? Because once it becomes, like, an obvious enough dialogue tree, which it has started to become, the magic of the grift kind of wears off, I think. And that's what happened before in large part as well. Also, isn't this haste too nice?
And in that clip, as says Bethesda, there is nothing I love more than to sit down, comfy chair, turn on my PC, fire up a brand new RPG, lose myself, think, OMG, just think of this world, just think of all the planets I can visit, all the immersive...
Well, he screamed it. He didn't say it like this in like a balanced, measured response. He screamed at the top of his lungs, looking like a soy jack.
Things that I can get involved with, all the fights, all the relationships, all the people I meet, all the places I go. I'm so excited to go there. And then he questioned, and do you know, I love nothing more, with all of that laid out in front of me, I love nothing more than to be dragged out at every effing conceivable opportunity so you can effing current day us. Sorry, did you want to get immersed in our world? Well, then guess what? Effing pronouns, effing gender ambiguity, effing current day Californian crap. Because that's all we effing know, because we're boring, we're so effing boring. We can't see past our own effing reflection.
The fact that all of these grifters are coming out to defend this guy, like Sargon, Bounding into Comics, all the chuds on Twitter, are coming out to defend this guy, and meanwhile, even the chuddy normies are calling out Heels vs. Babyface for how cringe that was, really goes to show how willing to die on the hill of like, owning something woch they're willing to do. Because if they let up on something like this, then they look weak to their audiences, but much of their audiences aren't as... radically attached to this ideology as they think. Most of their audience only believes this shit because they've been convinced by them. And so a lot of them end up locking themselves into the dumbest positions that they just can't back down from, and dying on the dumbest hills because they can't back down on something they've claimed and said they won't back down on already.
That's the level of our narcissism here. Bethesda Western Game Company. He then continued mocking the company. He said, F your immersion, F you having a good time, F you falling into a world and just getting lost. No, 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 current effing day.
Also, conservatives who are homophobic telling gay people that them existing is, like, selfish or narcissistic in some way, or just self-serving and you should be, like, ashamed of it, is literally nothing new. Homophobes and conservatives have been doing this for a very long time. It's just, like, now they're doing it on the internet, and like charismatic, extraordinarily overpaid pundits are the ones saying it via like TikToks and YouTube shorts, but nothing's changed in that department. This has always been a thing.
He then directly addressed the company saying, "F off, you're boring, you're effing dull, you have nothing to say, you're a one hive mind waffle. That's all you effing are. And you wonder why people are getting so effing sick and tired. You take everything we love, all our immersions, all our fantasies, all our escapism, and you just can't help shovel your dog crap, effing crap ideology into everything."
Remember, guys, I need you guys to remember, just like a few years ago, when the response to people like Anita Sarkeesian or any feminist or progressive game critic or movie critic or whatever critic was, make your own games. Make your own games if you want them to be woke or whatever. And now it's, they can't leave our stuff alone. And it's like, well, yeah, people in Hollywood and the games industry are woke. Like, your ideology of bigotry and hate is not popular. You try to delude your audience into thinking it's popular, but no matter how much you try to say this, it doesn't make it true. It'll never be true, no matter how much you try to speak it into reality. And so you can't, like, lose your mind and have a confused meltdown every time reality doesn't match your delusion. You know, it's the same thing these people say to trans people, yet they don't realize it applies to them more than anything. It's blaringly ironic.
Every single solitary effing thing. Richard Masucci of YouTube channel Review Tech USA reacted to this clip, writing on X, "I'm jealous, to be honest. I want to live in heel versus babyface's world where life is so easy that pronouns and the character creation screen cause me to rage like this." Obviously, appears that he's definitely trying to mock as from heel versus babyface.
Everybody
for
is.
the obvious hyperbolic clip that he shared during
literally
the live
all of his
stream.
videos are him melting
now you can
down over
criticize
things
Az
being
for
woke.
his hyperbole, but I think what he's saying does have merit to it, and so does Sargon of
Yeah.
Akkad. And Sargon of Akkad went
Soften
on to
the
explain that
blow.
heel versus babyface's rant was
Play
not
damage
really about
control.
pronouns, but rather an agenda aimed at white men to humiliate them for their skin color. This is what he said. He
What?
said, "It's not really
What's this
about
have
the
to do with
pronouns.
white
Pronouns
people?"
are just a symptom of the."
So, for those that don't know, by the way, Sargon of Akkad now is like a fully open white nationalist. So, most of his like content these days and most of his rhetoric these days is about how like the left is trying to like destroy white men, specifically white men. Like he's all about like trying to protect whiteness and like white majority or whatever in Europe and in the West. Like he's gone full white nationalist now. He's not like classical liberal skeptic anti-SJW anymore. He's like full on moved to intellectual dark web, radical Nazi shit. Yeah, he's like, I've seen him argue in favor of like white ethno-states.
Pervasive corrupting force of social justice continuing to humiliate white men for the crime of being white men. It's everywhere in the real world, and now it's in his escapism, which he paid good money for. Why should he not be angry? The entire philosophy is built on a series of lies and requires us all to commit to its lies or face punishment. We are supposed to clap for men winning women's sports, approve of diversity hires who put people's lives at risk, and believe the media when they tell us white men are the most...
Yeah, so this is a new conspiracy theory the right has started drumming up, and it actually started... I mean, it didn't really start, but it kind of evolved into its current form. While I was on my trip to Washington with Demon Mama, I did a segment about it while I was on the road in the snow, actually, an outdoor like phone segment. This conspiracy lie, I was actually like, I was able to watch it kind of like grow. This AI generated, or not AI generated, it was actually footage from Microsoft Flight Simulator. Footage of a plane crash came out, like a plane flipping upside down and crashing, and it was posted on Twitter and went mega viral with the claim that the pilot was a diversity hire from like some new law that required a certain amount of pilots to be like brown or something. And it got, you know, after a few days, hit with the community notes feature saying, this is Microsoft Flight Simulator footage that's been blurred, not real footage. But since then, the right has unironically been using that video without directly referencing it, since it has been directly debunked. But they, you know, are still like sort of subtly referencing it when they talk about this, as claiming that like the diversity hiring is getting people killed. They're referencing that fake Microsoft Flight Simulator footage that went mega viral in the conservative space on Twitter a few months ago of the plane crash. So remember, guys, everything, even the anecdotes that these people base their ideology on, is bullshit. They are allergic to the truth.
Group in our countries. The agenda is not incidentally aimed against white men. It is openly prejudicial and explicitly targets and demonizes them every single day from the most powerful pulpits in our societies. An evil will has infused itself across our civilization, and it demands we recognize
Nazi
it as
shit.
good.
Nazi
Every day
shit.
every day we are lied to by people who know we know they are lying, and yet they feign outrage and turn us into pariahs if we speak up
Nazi
and say that
shit.
they're lying. It's unbearable, and they expect us to pay for the privilege. He then concluded, that's why heel versus babyface is angry, and I don't blame him. So I don't think he's alone in this assessment. YouTuber Academic Agent posited a similar thing back in 2020, that actions like the ones Bethesda made for Starfield were part of what former KGB agent Yuri Bezmenov described as a demoralization campaign aimed at Western society back.
Jesus Christ, dude. Oh my god, they're huffing high-strength retardium, dude. Oh my fucking god. For those that don't know, KGB agent who worked for, I believe, like the Soviet Union, who is like a loved figure by far-right people because his whole thing was like, I am going to explain to you how the evil communists are going to try and corrupt civilization into becoming communist. They want to destroy Western civilization through its culture, and I'm going to tell you how. And that was basically that was basically his whole thing. It was he was like what's that one bitch's name? The lady from North Korea who says, in North Korea, they shoot your dog and fuck you in the ass with a spiked dildo every day before you go to work in the morning. Who's that one lady? Yamoni Park? Yes, thank you. Like, he was like the Yamoni Park of Soviet Russia. Pretty much. That is essentially 100% the case, and I did not misrepresent the scenario at all there. That's pretty much his thing. He was basically a right-wing anti worker conservative, like, astroturfed grifter
Back in the 1980s. So if you're not familiar, Bezmenov explained this demoralization campaign employed psychological warfare techniques to, quote, change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite an abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their family, their...
Mind you, these are the same people who, when you actually confront them in a debate, such as Ben Shapiro, the clips of Ben Shapiro getting confronted on this are always the funniest. When you confront them on, okay, so you say that it's, like, obvious and reality disagrees with trans people and, like, facts versus logic, but why does every single mainstream, like, psychological, medical, and academic institution agree that gender and sex aren't the same thing, that there's more than two genders, and that, like, trans people are valid, and that, like, hormone blockers are safe for minors to take, etc.? Like, why do you disagree with all of the medical consensus? And then they'll, like, stutter for a few seconds and say, well, you see, these big medical organizations have been pressured by the woke mob into, you know, joining with their ideology, and so if they went against it, then they would be canceled into oblivion, and so they basically have to agree with you, otherwise you would cancel them. It would basically be his response. So they unironically fall back on alleging conspiracy of, like, a woke takeover of academia in response to you pointing out that, hey, you keep arguing that all the facts are on your side and all the studies are on your side, but when you actually look, they aren't. What's the deal with that? Their response is just to say, oh, well, I didn't mean those studies. Those are all corrupted. Those are all, you know, incited by the far woke left or whatever. So it truly is just a conspiratorial, deranged worldview that they have.
Their community and their country. He elaborated, saying it's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow, and it's divided in 4 basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate one generation of students in the country of your enemy exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism, Leninism, ideology is pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the...
Yeah, so this is from, like, the McCarthy era, from, like, when you could get, like, arrested and given a life sentence and seen as, like, a traitor to America if you were a communist, which is what all these people support. These people will, like, argue in their videos where they try to, like, epically own the left, that the left is authoritarian ideologically and doesn't want, like, white men to be allowed to exist or whatever, while, like, actively defending policy that, like, made believing things that they disagree with illegal. Like, they're literally just everything they claim the left is. All conservatives have is projection. They're not the most creative people, so all of their, like, attacks on the left are just apt descriptions of themselves.
The basic values of Americanism, American patriotism. So the academic agent would take these comments a step further and note this demoralization and psychological warfare were actually focused on creating an original sin for target nations to make them more pliable. However, not only did they create and push this original sin on the various nations, it has now been unified. These various original sins have been unified in what he describes as the concept of whiteness.
So this guy's a Nazi. Well, so is Sargon, but, like, this entire sphere of people are either, like, grifters pretending to be Nazis and trying to please Nazis for the money, or full-on Nazis. Like, this is just straight up, like, the cultural Bolshevism shit. Like, full-on, like, Nazi conspiracy theory. Like, not neo-Nazi conspiracy theory. Like, OG Hitler, Goebbels, Germany 1940s Nazi shit.
He says if the original sin of the Germans was to be able to be the Holocaust, each other country would find its own original sin. In Britain, it was the empire and colonialism. In America, it was slavery and racism. All of these things have coalesced into one unifying concept called whiteness. And for the re-education program finally to be completed, of course, the symbols of these things must be destroyed, or else the new mindset cannot take root.
So what he's trying to do is say, like, look at this, way back in the 80s, this guy predicted the woke takeover. And it's like, the civil rights movement, like, famously was going on in the 60s. Like, the Stonewall happened in the 70s, I think. So, like, all of these super progressive, like, civil rights movements to make, like, gay people, like, you had, like, first wave feminism with, like, the suffragette movement. Like, some of these things predate the Soviet Union and communism as a whole. So how is Marxism or communism the source of, like, feminism? Like, it makes no sense. It literally... actually, no, suffragettes were after the Civil War, and, like, that was... I know for a fact that the Civil War was post-Marx, because Marx and Abraham Lincoln wrote to each other. So that's one of those, like, bizarre historical, like, they happened at the same time things that makes you go, really? Like, Marx and Lincoln were at the same time, huh? Marx was also at the same time as the Industrial Revolution in England, which actually makes a lot of sense. That one actually, when you think about it more, makes a ton of sense. Of course, Marx would have been like, that was like the perfect time for him to be around doing Marx shit, was during the Industrial Revolution.
So, if you were to extrapolate that, the argument would be that Starfield is clearly trying to demoralize people in Britain, Germany, the United States, based on these kind of various different things. Various different things. Clearly, the pronoun usage.
You realize what this is, right? This isn't them making an accusation. This is them making a confession. They feel demoralized by this. Popular games that are like the game of the month or whatever are coming out over and over again, and they're like wins for the left. They're games that like very clearly denote there is a cultural shift in this artistic medium, much more sympathetic towards progressive values and like the rights of minorities. And that is a massive L for the right, because this means that far more young people especially, and normies just overall, are going to be exposed to progressive values outside of the hyper strawmanned misrepresentations the right desperately wants them to be getting exposed to lefty values through. Like, the right, if they could have it their way, no one would ever be exposed to a progressive's words outside of paraphrasing from a conservative commentator responding to those values. Like, they would never want you to actually like seek out a progressive's video and like listen to their arguments on their own and just hear what they have to say. Like, conservatives rely heavily on an echo chamber.
I think is another thing there too.
And an echo
But,
chamber has to be enforced.
That would be part of like, oh, you're being too white because you think that there's male and female, and that's how God created us. That's a white idea, and that's how they would attack that, and that would be.
Okay, so they're straight up saying that transphobia is a white idea, is what he just said. Transphobia is a white... That's actually, like, almost the kind of shit I expect to hear from a Twitter woke scold, funnily enough. It's that deranged. It's always funny when conservatives get so... Like, they're so desperate to try to make an argument, they end up saying something that's, like, woke scold shit. Or maybe woke scolds are just basically no different than conservatives. They all think with the same backwards, dumb fuck logic, essentially. Could be either one, or both. God, these...
Your original sin, that's a white idea,
Guardians.
That's a white thing. You see this in headlines, like they'll even say like white adjacent Asians or the white thinking black man and stuff like that. You see that from like I don't know, like I want to say like the New Yorker,
Nothing.
I feel like,
Nothing.
or like the Atlantic, outlets like that. Push
literally
that
nothing.
stuff. But this is indeed, I think, what is going on, and Starfield is a part of that. Whether or not they realize that they're a part of that, they have kind of.
Isn't it crazy how, like, just for example, I can actually think up off the top of my head in this unedited, unprepped, pre-watched format, I can think up of multiple examples relevant to the argument that I'm trying to make that you can literally, like, I give as much detail as I possibly can to you guys so you can look into it yourselves and do your own research beyond what I tell you. And I can just do that off the cuff, off the top of my head, because I am literally aware of, like, several studies, institutions, you know, and stories that back up the arguments I'm making, that I don't need to, like, this guy can't even list one off the top of his head. He literally can't list one because there's so little sincerity. He doesn't actually believe any of this shit. He doesn't actually care about genuinely informing himself on these issues to try to, like, round out his understanding of this stuff and improve his knowledge so he can be a more effective, you know, arguer for his ideology. He truly is just a grifting piece of shit. And that's why nothing he's saying is even compelling on a conservative worldview level. I'm gonna have to repair this pickaxe soon.
Bought into this whole ideology that says that being white is basically an original sin, or this idea of whiteness, concept of whiteness is an original sin. It must be eradicated. And I definitely think the whole transgender ideology.
So, like, it's funny because they're the ones saying the left wants to eradicate white people, but meanwhile, you literally have conservative politicians advocating for the quote-unquote destruction of transgenderism. Like, they literally want to wipe out transgenderism is the words they'll use. But meanwhile, they're the ones saying that, like, the left wants to just, like, wipe out whiteness. And the reason why they use such harsh language to describe what trans people supposedly want to do to them is because it justifies what they are planning to do to trans people as being, like, self-defense. They're trying to preempt a self-defense claim for the horrific political policy they're going to be pushing and advocating for, voting for, and no doubt passing all across the country. Yeah, Michael Knowles, for example, said he wants to see transgenderism eradicated with a demon smile on his face. That, like, ear-to-ear, like, nearly the troll face grin that he does. He said, I'm not going to stop until transgenderism is eradicated, I believe he said. No penalization by YouTube, by the way. That is saying you will not stop the content you're making until transgenderism is eradicated. YouTube has no problem with that, apparently. No problem at all. It's fully allowed.
Has been kind of coalesced into that concept as well. So let me know what you think. What do you make of Sargon of Akkad's assessment? What do you make of this connection that I'm making here between Vesmanov, Sargon of Akkad, and
also
academic agent? Do you see this pattern? Do you see this happening in our television, movies, and obviously we're talking about video games? Our video games. Let me know in the comments below.
Subscribe for more.
Isn't it crazy how lacking in any substance these conservative grift videos are? Like, I feel like I sometimes I feel guilty for how relatively low effort my content can be due to it being live streamed unprepared off the cuff stuff. But then I look at your average conservative like pundit and realize that literally none of them put in anywhere near as much work as I do for my content. Like I actually like dig around the internet on my own, find topics, do the research on like what's relevant to that topic for me to make good arguments on my own. Like sometimes my editor helps me find stuff, but I still have to like know the knowledge off the top of my head that is relevant. All of these conservative pundits are always wearing an earpiece where they're getting fed lines from their like massively stocked and prepared like media team that's like sifting through websites and papers to like feed them arguments so they don't have to think up an original thought on camera, so they don't have to do any like real-time edits or anything. It's really lacking in any substance, and it just makes you feel grim for the future of politics. But I really do see this stuff being on its way out pretty soon. I feel like people are getting pretty fed up with this shit. What do you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out really good. I feel like I did a pretty damn good job dunking on that cringe. What do you guys think of that? Rate it 1 out of 10. Pog segment. I'm glad you guys liked it. It was a little more spontaneous, but I think it came out pretty good too. Allow me to collect up my Prismarine really fast. I think I need to make a flight back to my base to dump off this Prismarine. And, oh yeah, I do. Yep, I am full up. And I'm also going to need to repair my shit. Okay, I think I can pull this off. Yeah! There we go. That's the way. Can I get all 3 shulks? We're good. I'll start the next segment in just a minute. We're just going to get back to base first. I feel like a research stream on the Weimar Republic and the rise of fascism would be super useful for your audience. Yeah, that would definitely be fun, but it's also going to be like a long and dry stream, so not exactly what I want to do right now. For those who don't know, I've got my tracers set to drowned because I'm trying to get a trident. I had a trident on the original 2B 1.19 before the reset, but I had a trident farm to get that. So I have to make a new trident farm, which kind of sucks, but it's all good. I'll find a big river biome, and I'll build a trident farm there, and we'll have a plethora of tridents, which will also be useful for fighting those stupid fucking guardians when I'm clearing out the ocean temples and collecting the stuff. Or sklurf. Bloop. Yeah, my thoughts are exactly the same, Fortnite. I just kind of... When I heard my friends being hyped for Starfield, and I heard it was a Bethesda game, and I saw the gameplay, and that it was, like, in the Fallout and Skyrim engine, I was just like, ooh. Guys, you know what this is gonna be. Did Housemaster patch raid farms? No. Thankfully, no. Naomi Chance, thank you for the $5 super chat. Said Vosh, Destiny, and ContraPoints are all gonna be at VidCon. Oh, that's crazy. I didn't even know VidCon was coming up. Nobody even, like, hits me up or tells me about it or invites me to any conventions or events. Like, literally every streamer or YouTuber friend that I have that goes to events, like, they'll tell me, like, last minute that they're going to the event, and I'll be like, I didn't know that was coming. I wish I knew. I wish people, like, told me that was coming, and, like, tickets were on sale, so I could, like, maybe buy a ticket and go to an event, but, like, literally nobody who's a content creator that goes to those events invites me. Or, like, asks me if I'm going, or, like, tells me, yo, you know this event's coming up, you gotta buy tickets. Like, I never get any of that, so it's always, like, way too late, and I just find out people are already, like, planning their trip, and that's how I find out it's too late. It's been that way since, like, literally since I started doing politics on YouTube. It's kind of sad. It's a big part of why so many, like, particularly Twitch streamers and stuff like that, I stopped being friends with. I used to hang out with a lot of Twitch streamers and stuff, but they, like, especially as many of them started to get big themselves and some of them outgrew me, they completely ghosted me and cut me off. And it was very clear that they were just trying to, clout chase. I miss your streams with Denims. I'm pretty sure Denims is an example of that because it's been about a year since we've spoken, and I messaged her like twice last time we interacted, and the last message she sent me was literally her sending me a message from a screenshot of a fan saying, like, they think that Denim's clout chased off me, and so she, like, messaged me a screenshot of her responding to that person, and that was the last time we've spoken, which is really weird. Yeah, Denim's kind of fell off. Yeah, from what I can tell, she kind of does, like, hardcore Hassan simpery now. Like, just kind of Hassan waiting room content. Which is fine, I guess. It's just Hassan's also kind of politically iffy on a lot of topics, like notably Ukraine and anything foreign policy. Like, I think Hassan's iffiness really comes out with this foreign policy takes, and it really came out with his takes on Ukraine more recently. That was bad. That was bad. I gotta make a few. I have to make some chests. How am I going to... I have an idea. This is gonna be so scuffed, but it's a temporary solution. And it'll work temporarily. Oh yeah, we're scuffed right now. You know you're having storage issues when you gotta bust out the floor chests to fit all the prismarine in. God, we're gonna have so many garbage blocks. These aren't garbage blocks, but when we dig out the divot for building the city in, there's gonna be so many garbage blocks. You guys in chat are saying you still watch Denims? I mean, there's no problem with that. It's just I don't think we're friends anymore, and that's not because I've got anything against her in particular. Or there was any drama, but I think like she's just sort of decided that herself. So for those of you guys who were hoping for more of those collab streams, I would not hold your breath, because I'm pretty sure that ship has sailed, my friends. God, I love these lanterns. They're so cool. These lanterns are legitimately something that should have been added to Minecraft, like, 10 versions ago. These should have been in, like, 1.0 release. The ability to just hang torches effectively and have the nice little hanging light posts, such a vibe. Literally feel like they should have been in Minecraft since the beginning. Oh, fuck my back. Oh no, Mr. Flexington, I don't think there was any, like, dislike of me caused by that, fan interaction. That was just, like, she sent it to me, like, in a very, like, joking, positive manner. But that was the last time we interacted. Also, I think she left my Discord recently. So yeah, I'm pretty certain that, like, it probably has something to do with me dunking on Hassan a lot lately. Like, the last year, especially because of the Ukraine takes, because Hassan was defending Russia. I really went hard against Hassan, basically from the start, for how much he defended Russia. And so she might have not liked me going after Hassan for his Russia defense. He deserved it? Oh, yeah, he totally deserved it, yeah. Oh. You know what I think I'm gonna do while I'm in Florida? Because I go to Florida, like, next week, I think. You know what I think I'm gonna do when I'm in Florida? I think I'm gonna get, for the first time ever, a professional back massage. Because for literally 6 months now, I have had this absurd, tense pain in my upper mid back area, like around my shoulder blades. And I have done everything to try to fix it. I've tried the tennis ball. I've tried everything to fucking fix it. And I just don't have the strength or weight to fix it myself. Like, I'm not heavy enough to use my own weight to loosen up the muscle, and I'm not strong enough to use my own strength to loosen up the muscle. It's got to be another person who's heavy or ridiculously strong, because my muscle cramps are fucking stubborn, dude. It's like a goddamn rock. Whenever I, like, take my fist and I just jab it into the rock hard muscle that's been, like, tensed up for 6 months now, it just slips around. It slips and slides on top of the bone of my rib cage underneath, like, the skin, instead of loosening like it's supposed to. It just slips and slides like a rock underneath the skin, and it just won't loosen no matter what. I need, like, a person who is behind me to be able to, like, twist and contort and manipulate that thing. All right, I'm letting these iron golems out. Maybe they'll be able to do some work. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's getting the job done. Okay. That's actually the exact result I wanted to see. All right, if I kill enough of these guys, a banner pillager will spawn. Because the spawn rates, especially on 2B, are ridiculously high. So it should take but a minute for one of these boys to spawn. But yeah, I really need to get my fucking back dealt with. It is... Oh, there we go. Come here, buddy. Your life's over. Yeesh. Yeesh. My omen. It's so bad. Later. So yes, as usual, as last Wednesday night, tonight at midnight, we're going to be doing a watch party of the Fiona and Cake Show. 2 new episodes tonight at midnight, my time. So it's going to be epic. Can you make an XP farm on 2B? I mean, yes, you can, but I mean, I think you can see the name of the waypoint I'm heading to, and you might be able to guess what I'm about to do. Because my pickaxe is nearly dead, but it has Mending and Unbreaking 3. So, because those two lovely enchantments combined with each other and the fact that it's netherite, all I have to do is go to my raid farm, fly up this pneumatic tube I've made, pour in watch party, let's go! Flip this switch so it doesn't burn up the loot. Turn on my kill aura. And watch the loot and XP fall in. Oh, first I need to... There we go. Now watch how quickly that pickaxe heals up. Alright, that's round 1. Let's do round 2. I didn't have it out during the brunt of it, so it didn't heal as much. Cheater. This is 2B2T, motherfucker. Cheating's allowed on this server. For those that don't know, I'm playing on 2b2t.org, the oldest anarchy server in Minecraft. Cheating is not only allowed on this server, but heavily encouraged. It is a cultural, like, mile waypoint stone, whatever you want to call it. A cultural touchstone of this server. Alright, hold on, let me re-equip this. Let me... Oh, come on. There we go. Watch how fast this heals. Whatever you do to fix your back, don't go to a chiropractor. They aren't doctors, and Americans seem to not know this. I I'm aware of this. My understanding, though, is that most chiropractors are literally just going to give you like the most basic adjustment, and they're not likely to hurt you. And like the idea that you're going to constantly need to get like your back cracked is a myth. In the same way that like if you crack your knuckles, you're going to get arthritis, is a myth. It's actually been shown that like having cracking your knuckles reduces arthritis pain. And yet your mom still argues, no, if you crack your knuckles, you'll give you arthritis, man. Like, I'm sure you've all been in that position. But like you can literally self-adjust in a lot of the ways they do it to you. Like, for example, this one. Like, I don't know if you guys could hear that, but that was like a right up here crack. I've literally seen that done to people by chiropractors, and I could just do it to myself. So you can definitely self-adjust a lot of the things they do, but like none of it's actually going to fix a serious long-term problem unless you get a good chiropractor. Many chiropractors that are, let me emphasize, actually good are not exclusively chiropractors. They are also physical therapists that also advertise as chiropractors because they can actually help a lot of the problems that people would go to a chiropractor for. And you can just call yourself a chiropractor, but a physical therapist is an actual like licensed physician. So you can look and find chiropractors that are actual licensed physical therapists, and that's where you're actually likely to get some decent treatment. But I'm just going to be getting like a massage, like a professional like back massage, because that's what I'm pretty sure I need. Cockpractor. Okay. Oh, I forgot to my auto totem fucked me there. My auto totem fucked me there. I didn't equip my pickaxe in the offhand. So I didn't heal it up. I'll get to the next segment in just a minute. I just want to heal up my pickaxe first, and then we'll start the next segment. It is going to be a fun one. Watch how fast this thing repairs. And boom, a fully repaired netherite pickaxe. We'll fully repair my axe too. Okay, and the shovel. Boom, okay. Yep, and that's my elytra, my armor, and all my tools fully repaired. Raid farms really are OP as fuck. I highly recommend getting a raid farm. It is not a bad decision, even in vanilla. Like if you're playing, well, this is vanilla, but even in like vanilla single player survival, if you've got like a villager trading hall, the amount of emeralds you get from it is like overwhelming, so much so that I throw them away. And I burn them up in this lava contraption with the dispenser. That's like how many emeralds I get. It's too much. I have to find a way to dispose of them. So yeah, it's a good farm, guys. I would advise you make one. Like if you've got a single player world and you need emeralds. Why are the walls glass? Because it's nice and I can see around if they're glass. Also, mobs can't spawn on glass. And so the raid won't, like, if I'd used, like, say, bricks, the raid could start on the brick blocks on my view, like, my standing platform. But the only block that is valid for mobs to spawn on is one single brick block at the very top of my, of the spawn chamber. And so, yeah, it's pretty cool. Oh, wait, that's the ocean or that's the, I'm looking for the ocean monument. I gotta go to there. I'm about to be out of fireworks. I think I've got enough to make it back home. But I need to be a little sparing with them here because I've only got 18 left. And I would not want to have to walk back home. Anywhere that white people are, there is meth. True, this is a law of the universe. I'm trying not to use too many of these fireworks, man. Good. Okay. We made it. Okay. Oh no. Shulkers are stupid. So yeah. They're stupid. I forgot. They do the dumb thing. I was so miffed about rotating blocks when they were first added, dude. I wasn't the biggest fan of them. I'm gonna be honest. Modus Noctis, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. That's so kind of you. Said, hey Zan, have you read anything about the GOP's Project 2025? It's very scary. I have not. I'm gonna have to look into that. That'll have to be for next stream though. That is that sounds interesting, and you've caught my interest. But I've got so much going on already for this stream, you know? Okay, really fast. I've got to get the next segment open.
Rachel.
Okay. Next segment is just about ready. Okay. Hair game going hard, Zan? No, it's not. It looks awful. Like, I really hate how it looks right now. Like, I don't think you guys understand how much I hate how long it is right now. Like, I so badly am tempted to just go buzz it all off, and I'm so scared to go get a haircut at the risk of getting COVID again the same way I got it before. Like, I really don't want to get COVID again. You're delusional. It looks great. I mean, if you guys say so, I appreciate you guys telling me that, because it helps to make me feel less, like, burdened by it, I suppose. But it's not that I feel it looks bad. I mean, I don't like the way it looks, because it's not my preference for how I would like my hair to look, or how I think, like, a guy looks good with hair. I've just never seen a guy with my type of hair and been like, he looks good with that hair. I'm sorry. I apologize if you have my hair too, but I'm insulting myself as well. It's just not my preference, and I kind of like to look good to myself to an extent. And also, my hair being like this is such a pain in the ass. I've got very thick hair. It's so fucking thick. And that makes it unruly, and just, it gets, like, itchy. And if I don't wash it enough, it gets greasy. And so I have to take showers more often than not. Like, more often than most people do, in order for my hair to not get, like, itchy and uncomfortable, because it's just so thick that it gets greasy faster and easier. I mean, it's healthy hair, and that's nice, I suppose, but it's also a pain in the ass. You take showers more than daily? I literally have to take showers more than daily because of my hair, yeah. Like, I have to shower first thing in the morning, and then I have to shower right before stream, because by the time it's gotten to, like, pre-stream time, my hair is, like, a greasy, disgusting mess. No matter how, like, well I treat it in the morning. I have to take 2 showers a day, because my hair is, like, that unruly and that, like, thick and that fucking, like, it produces oils, and it gets, like, puffy and frizzy from, like, the temperature and the humidity, and it just gets poofy and big. And I'm just Italian, guys. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I'm just fucking Italian. Like, I might be more Italian than Keffels. I think my hair is the best evidence that I might actually be more Italian than Keffels. I think Keffels might be more Irish than she is Italian. I'm more Italian than I am Irish. Shampoo type? I could show you guys, but it's literally just Selsun Blue anti-dandruff shampoo, and then mint julep tea, like, leaf scented, like, infused conditioner. And then I've got this, like, foam squirt bottle leave-in conditioner I use to style my hair sometimes if I like really need my hair to not fuck around and it needs to look nice, and it just won't not look horrible. I'll throw in some of the leave-in conditioner, and I'll use that to like style it a bit. Use less conditioner that makes your hair more oily. I typically have limited my using conditioner to like 2 or 3 times a week because I really don't need it that much, but it's so minty and cool on my scalp that it's tempting to use every time because it really does like soothe a lot of the itchiness that'll happen because I've just got so much hair and it's so wavy that there's always like some hair that's like poking my scalp in a way or like poking the back of my ear or like getting into my ear and tickling like my ear nostril, whatever you want to call it, and it's so frustrating and annoying. Dry shampoo? I've heard of that, but I've never used it or seen it or like, I don't know what it is really. Sounds interesting though. If you enlighten me, then I can consider its use. Yeah, it's an ear nostril. What else do you want me to call it? All right. Nice, nice. Dude, dry shampoo is awesome for your hair type. Yeah, I'll have to look into it. It'll absorb a lot of the oil? Oh, okay. I also don't want to dry my hair out, though, you know? Like, really, just the best thing I can do for my hair is keep it short. That is literally the best thing I can do for it is keep it short. So, like, I'm gonna get a haircut while I'm in Seattle, because I'm way more likely to get like COVID from getting a haircut in Florida than I am in Seattle. And I'm also going to be flying on a plane, so like if I'm going to get COVID, it's going to be from that more likely than haircut. So I'm just going to wear a mask the entire time. I'm going to go full like hand sanitizer in my pocket, squirting that on my hands every time I touch anything, mask on the whole time, like holding my breath anytime I pass somebody. That's what I do, by the way. If someone walks too close to me down the street, and like I hear them cough or they look like they might be sick, I hold my fucking breath, dude. Like I'm just like, and I like wait till I've walked like 50 feet past them, and if it has to be like pretty windy, and then I'll be like, and I'll exhale for as long as I can and keep my lungs empty for as long as I can, and then I'll inhale again. I'm like, fuck, I hope that did it. If they cough, then I'll take a big inhale, and then I'll do nothing but exhale the entire time I walk past them, and they're wake, to try to hope I can blow away any of their COVID particles from getting into my, like, holes. I really want to see long hair Zan. It wouldn't be good. My hair is too insane for my long hair to look good. Last time Zan was on a plane was 2001. I was 1 year old when 9/11 happened. You guys, I was 2 maybe. Because it was September. I might have been 2. I was 2! How did you do it at such a young age? I was a tough tootin' baby, Kiwi Pee-Pee. Or Kiwi Pee. I was like 16? Cool. Good that you were sentient to be able to remember 9/11. Don't lie, we know you were on the 4th flight. I was on the 5th flight, I'll have you know. There were actually 3 planes, believe it or not, that crashed into the World Trade Center. They hid the 3rd one because the 3rd one was actually like remote piloted by George Bush. It had George Bush 420 spray painted across the side, and they only realized like last minute, fuck, that was the wrong plane. We sent out the Bush plane. George Bush Flight Simulator. Okay, quiet. It's time to do the next segment. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody. So recently, a friend of the stream, Nominal Naomi, went viral online when conservatives started a massive social media harassment campaign against her because she, a trans woman, was feeding her baby her breast milk, just like any cis woman who's a mother would do. But conservatives, because they refuse to do any scientific research about the topics they talk about, have been woefully ignorant to the fact that trans women can produce milk from their breasts. They can make breast milk. And so they basically started a moral panic against her, trying to claim that she was, like, producing some kind of alien pus, I guess, and feeding that to her baby. And they were sending her death threats, trying to have her baby taken from her. They called CPS, which of course investigated and found no wrongdoing. But yeah, it was basically just a big wake-up call for a bunch of conservatives who probably got exposed to that reality. Oh, wait, what? Trans women can produce breast milk? Because a lot of the conservative, like, game in convincing people that transphobia is valid is lying to people about, like, scientific fact around trans people, right? Like, the more of these little factoids you learn, the more validity there is to, like, the idea that trans women are women. Like, wait, really? Trans women can produce breast milk and, like, breastfeed their own baby? I didn't know that. Because a very common conservative talking point is that a trans mother is fundamentally incapable of providing a baby what it needs to survive, right? And so that throws a wrench in their ideology, and so they had to find a way to attack it aggressively rather than having to go on the defensive and argue why that isn't something that debunks their worldview. And so their way of doing so was mass harassing and sending death threats and all that towards Nominal Naomi. She handled it all very, very well and built herself quite the platform off of all of that drama. And now she does some pretty damn good streams and political content online. And she's gotten pretty big as of late. And she recently did a debate with a woman who is a very loud and proud TERF. Her name is Rachel Twig. She's actually the leader of a PAC. And those of you guys that don't know what a PAC is an organization that funds political movements. Some PACs are good. There are PACs that fund, like, groups that are trying to, like, advocate for the destruction of for-profit prisons, like the abolition of for-profit prisons, and, like, advocating for abortion rights and contraceptive rights, and, like, just good things, right? There are plenty of good PACs out there. They're usually grassroots funded, while the bad PACs out there, the conservative ones overall, tend to be funded by, like, individual organizations that have a lot of money and an individual corporate interest in a certain thing. And the reason why they do this is because they want to have politicians who are in their pocket. You know, it's not really a mystery, you know. And Rachel Twig is actually the leader of a super PAC whose whole goal is to push anti-trans policy. They are literally the ones who are, like, using their money to try to bribe and fund conservative politicians, like, movement to, like, abolish trans rights. And she's a big-time TERF. She is, like, the leader of a TERF-identifying super PAC. And so Nominal Naomi did a debate with her recently, and from what I've heard, fucking destroyed her. So I am very, very, very curious to see how it went. I have not seen any of this debate, so I'm very excited to see how it goes. I noticed there was, like, a spoiler stinger at the beginning, so I skipped through it because I don't really like those, honestly. I feel like it kind of harms the, at least, reaction experience on my end. But yeah, we're just going to start right from the point where the debate, like, truly begins, which is, like, about 30 or 40 seconds into the video. So let's get right into it. There'll, of course, be a link to Nominal Naomi's channel down below in the description, the pinned comment as well.
Go ahead. The floor is yours. You have 7 minutes on the clock.
Okay, sure. So my name is Rachel Twig, and I am the director of a political action committee called Virginia Women Take Action. And our mission is to protect the rights and well-being of women and children by removing gender identity from Virginia laws. And I am interested in this movement in
So basically, they are like a like funding campaign group dedicated to like funding the goal of like taking away trans rights. Like they're literally like a money group. Their goal is raising money to fund the dissolving of trans rights. That's what this lady's job is.
across the country, but I'm focusing more in Virginia because that's where I live. And our argument is that gender identity as a protected characteristic conflicts with women's rights, and it conflicts with the well-being of children as well. And so we believe that it should be repealed from law, and that women's rights and spaces should be based on sex and not gender identity. So Virginia, we have a big election this year. All of the Senate and House seats are up for grabs. So we're reaching out to candidates who are running for office and asking them to take our pledge. And that's what I'm doing. That's my opening statement.
Okay. Naomi, did you want to respond to any of that? You have 7 minutes on the clock whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I think that it's quite silly to suggest that protecting transgender individuals' rights and access to public accommodations, non-discrimination protections, etc., is at odds with women's rights in any kind of way. Literally all available empirical evidence we have on spaces that are separated by gender shows that trans people are disproportionately victims of violence in those spaces,
Male spaces,
not the perpetrators.
Yeah. In male spaces, like a trans woman is far more likely to be a victim of violence in a male space than a cis woman is to be a victim of violence in a female space occupied by a trans woman. And on top of that, the same goes for trans men as well in female spaces in many cases. Like the argument that like trans people are dangerous is just not true. Trans people are not in any way disproportionately dangerous demographic. I think anyone who's spent any time on like Twitter would probably know this, because like most like trans people probably like can't talk to the cashier without sweating and like having to plan out everything they're gonna say, and then when like the cashier says enjoy your food, they say you too. Oh fuck. That's like most trans people. They're not the most dangerous people, you know? they're not out there looking to kill anybody.
And yet, when we pass non-discrimination clauses to protect trans people's access to spaces, for example, there is no increase in assaults or privacy violations in any of those spaces. This is backed up by the peer-reviewed literature, which I'm happy to cite. And yeah, we'd love to have a good faith discussion about the actual data behind this.
With that, the floor is open. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I guess I would just start off by asking, like, do you acknowledge the data that exists which shows that trans women are disproportionately victims, not perpetrators, of violence, assaults, privacy violations in these kind of spaces?
I mean, I'm not familiar with what was you said the purity statement. What was that?
Peer-reviewed data. Do you know what peer review is?
Oh, yeah. I thought you said purity. Okay, yeah, peer-reviewed. I mean, I would say that having
she's not going to have a valid response to this
in places for women, even if assault doesn't.
She's going to try to move the goalpost here. There is no valid response to, hey, why is your entire movement and ideology stand in stark contrast to what all of the experts believe? Like, there's no... You can't argue yourself out of that corner without just moving the goalpost and trying to, like, move the conversation to something else. I'm pretty certain Nominal Naomi is not going to let her slide off of this. That is truly the, like, be-all, end-all of a debate against a transphobe that you could possibly have, is why does your position fundamentally disagree with what people who have, like, massive communities of scientists, psychologists, and academic lifelong professionals, why does your opinion not align with theirs? And why are you not only unwilling to adapt to that position, but to even hear it out in any way that isn't blatant straw manning and mockery? Like, it's understanding if you don't want to just listen to the experts and adopt their opinion just outright without any more thought than that. That's understandable, I suppose, but that's not what I'm talking about here. They just outright refuse to trust or listen to any of the verified experts on any of these topics, whether it be climate change or COVID or trans people or anything. They don't agree with science fundamentally. They never have. Evolution,
Doesn't happen. It's still a violation.
the shape of the earth.
Privacy. And,
Okay, so to be clear, you don't care about like if there's data that exists. Like to you, it's just about like your feelings, not about the data.
I'd say gender identity is a feeling and not based on data.
We have data on gender identity.
But but like,
I'm happy to go into that.
let's sure. Let's start with your question first.
Already
or
blustered.
your
Already
assertion.
flustered. So yeah, this woman clearly did not expect to be confronted by a trans person who knows what they're talking about. Like a lot of conservative propaganda is centered around the belittling of trans people as being like really like dumb and emotional and poor at arguing, and you know, like a lot of conservative propaganda like is based on the fundamental assumption from the start that everything they believe is correct by default. They don't even entertain the possibility anything they believe is wrong, like ever, which is why whenever one of them gets into a debate with a trans person who's like, let's bring up some studies, they're like, what? And they have to come up with like a very convenient excuse for why none of the data aligns with what they say the data says. Because that's the thing. It's not just them saying, I believe this and this is what's true and the facts are on my side. It's them arguing that the studies and the experts are on their side. And then when confronted that's not the case, they say, well, the experts I've found are on my side. And then when you ask them to list the experts, they can't. Or it's like that lady that thinks that COVID was caused by demon cum. That was like the Trump-endorsed doctor who is like, they have been infected by demons. They transmit through the gay sex, demons in the semen. It's like, I forget exactly what the quote was, but it was just batshit, you know? Like, it'll be some, like, completely batshit, like, long, disowned by the scientific community doctor that'll be their expert.
So you're saying that, quote, trans people, and I would just say men,
yeah,
are
demons.
disproportionately affected by violence if they're forced to use male spaces. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, this is what's backed up by the peer-reviewed literature.
Okay.
Yes.
And I don't doubt necessarily that an effeminate man or a man wearing a dress or something might be subjected to harassment or violence. And I do not condone that at all. But my argument is that the solution is not to put men in women's places or spaces. This is a male on male problem, male on male violence, and it's not for women to solve or fix.
Not a real feminist, by the way.
Just like cis men on trans.
Remember, guys, not a real feminist, and TERFs hate men. If you're a cis man, no, TERFs hate you. If you, like, identify with TERFs and ally with them on the premise that, like, you both agree on your hatred of trans people, just know their hatred of trans people is driven by the fact that they see trans women as men, and they hate men. That is literally all that motivates them. They hate you. If you, like, Glinner, for example, the, like, self-hating, like, hyper, like, soy, divorced, British, like, limey cuck cunt TERF boy that's like been shunned and like ostracized by the TERF community that he's so desperate to be accepted by, like they'll never accept you. They hate you for your gender in the same way that like a misogynist hates women, and there's nothing you can do to argue him out of that most of the time, like a truly emotionally driven misogynist. The same goes for TERFs. Most of them have, like, I'm not gonna lie, a lot of TERFs have been victims of sexual assault, and that's what motivates their hatred of men. And it's not a valid reason to hate men. I'm sorry, but having been raped is not a valid reason to hate an entire, like, group of people. It's just not. It's not an excuse.
Trans women. There was a study from pediatrics which found that the rate was also higher of, like, sexual assaults in bathrooms, for example, in transgender boys, as well as non-binary people and trans women, and that actually when schools passed policies which would restrict bathroom access for transgender people, the rate of sexual assault went up drastically. Schools that had restroom and locker room restrictions for trans people were associated with a 1.26 times risk of sexual assault for transgender boys. Mm-hmm. It was 1.42 times the increased risk for non-binary youth, and 2.49 times the risk for transgender girls. I'm happy to cite the study. It was in the Pediatrics Journal, School Restroom and Locker Restrictions and Sexual Assault Risk Among Transgender Youth.
Naomi,
So-
you can link that in the private chat.
Mhm.
That way, Rachel can pull it up if she needs to.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I
happy to
mean,
cite that.
I'll look at anything, but again, and I guess this is going to be
I'll
the
look
real
at anything.
argument.
That
is
means nothing.
My argument is that these spaces are based on sex. So if these assaults are happening to boys or men, it's unfortunate, and I don't condone it. But
you're not going to do anything to stop it.
It's not my problem to deal with. It's not women's problem.
Not just you won't do anything to stop it, you'll actively fight against any effort to stop it. That's how I would word it. You're not acting neutrally. You're not acting as somebody who's a bystander refusing to act, who can use the excuse of it's not my problem. You are actively acting to fight against efforts to improve this situation. You are going out of your way. You are doing work, hard work, in order to fight against efforts to improve the lives of trans people. That is how I'd word it personally. Just a nitpick, but I think it helps to preemptively keep her from trying to argue that. Something that I think is really... I'm going to be honest with you guys. One of the things that I think is just the biggest debate, improvement to debate skill that you can get is just, filling yourself with conservative, arguments. Learning every conservative argument, being up to date with their talking points and their conspiracies, and knowing, at the core fundamental, why are they arguing this? What is their end goal in arguing this bogus point they're making? And once you've got that down, you can generally, meta dismantle their arguments pretty well.
To deal with.
That's quite
male
heinous,
on male.
because here's the thing. I care about women that are assaulted or having their privacy violated in these spaces. I think that people who are genuinely committing assaults or privacy violations should be dealt with. But the kind of policies you're advocating for literally result in more assaults and privacy violations, and you're just saying it's not your problem? It sounds like you really don't care about victims.
Yep.
I care about women, and what I'm saying is that
And only
women, not victims.
Women and girls, okay? I care about women and girls, and I would say that, like I said earlier, just having a man in a space for women and girls,
it's literally
a
woman
locker room,
supremacy.
for example, even if an assault doesn't happen, it is still a violation. It is still a form of...
One of the most common things you'll see on Twitter, by the way, is TERFs fantasizing about men being raped in prison. The prevalence of prison rape is one of the most beloved topics for TERFs to joke about. One of the most you know how internet dude bros online have Z's and he's their hero. The equivalent to Z's for femcel TERF women is Judy Arias, I think her name is, who's a woman that murdered her ex-boyfriend because he broke up with her. She was obsessed with him and messaged him for weeks and weeks and weeks, desperate to be in a relationship with him, but he very healthily and clearly cut it off. He didn't do anything wrong. And so she went into his house while he was taking a shower and stabbed him to death, and was caught because her camera was on. She'd accidentally taken a photo, or his camera was on or something. The femcel community online, they worship her. They make memes about her being a hero. They use her as their profile picture on Twitter. You'll see that pretty often. They fantasize about men getting raped in prisons. They fantasize about murdering men, and they see men who dare to break up with a woman, or literally, no matter how morally justified or how awful a thing a woman did, if a man does something that causes a woman misfortune, such as breaking up with her and her being upset about it, then they will celebrate that man's death if that girl's response is to girl boss a knife into the guy's chest while he's taking a shower. They'll be all for it. It's truly just demonic hatred that drives their politics.
Sexual harassment.
Wait, how is that a violation? How is that sexual harassment?
Because you're forcing girls to undress and be exposed in front of boys without their consent.
There's private stalls for this. I have never once seen someone's genitals when I go to the bathroom, because I just go in my own stall and mind my own business. This is literally not a problem.
I'm talking about locker.
Yeah, also, as somebody who, listen, I can consider myself a locker room expert, my friends, okay? I was on the swim team through like probably through like a quarter of my life. As it stands, I've spent on the swim team, going to swim practice pretty much every day of the week, 5 days a week for 3 hours. So I've been to a lot of swim meets in different locations at famous pools all across Florida and less famous ones, all of them having locker rooms that were actively being used by many people because the swim event was actively happening, okay? And the way every single one of those locker rooms worked was, yeah, you could be the weirdo that just kind of like, you know, just free balls it out in front of everybody in the main locker room area, but pretty much everybody goes into a stall to change because they're not weird and they don't want to just like swing their cock around in every other dude's face, right? I imagine it's much the same in women's locker rooms. Like there's stalls for if you want to like just chill out there, but there's also like the outdoor area for women to just have their titties out with each other or whatever. But like, yeah, like if you're uncomfortable being seen by a quote unquote male, then just do your locker room business inside of the stall like everybody else does. This is literally a made up issue. This issue is fabricated. It is made up. It is not real. It is something that like is conceptually worrying to people who don't really think about it for long, because they are bought into the idea that trans women are just men, and they are also maybe susceptible to the idea that all men are secretly perverted sex freaks that are a danger to women, which I'll let you decide what that says about them, especially if they're a man. And so they buy into that just off the bat because it's sort of a, like, oh, it's a street smarts, you just kind of know that to be true kind of position to have, that a lot of people just kind of like, you know, say they just kind of know, right? Like, I don't really know how else to say it other than there's just a lot of people out there that feel like they just know. Does that make sense? How many people have you met out there that are literally unwilling to accept any new idea because they feel like they just know? Because they're just so intuitively gifted at understanding the world that they just get it. And they think the world just fundamentally makes sense to them, and that when they see something, their big logical brain just automatically formulates the perfect opinion. And they will not hear any data, any evidence, anything, any argument, nothing that goes against the narrative that they've come up for themselves, or more likely been taught by somebody and have rationalized themselves into believing is a valid argument. It's very common. And this isn't even like a hardcore conservative thing. This is more of like your average like boomer, like chud-esque kind of dude, bro. Like your buddy Philip on Facebook believes this kind of shit, and that's how your like arguments with him go, you know? I just thought up like the most like what's like the most like your bro and who's like still a conservative kind of name. Philip. Yeah, that's the kind of name. I can't stand Philip. I guess people in chat have a Philip, okay? I guess I was like on par with that.
Locker rooms too, where you are more undressed, and even if it's not seeing genitals, you're in your underwear, you're exposed, and I'm okay in a room with other women.
How is it not sexual harassment for like women to be exposed to other women then?
Because we're fine with each other.
That makes no sense.
We're fine with each other. We don't care because we're not a threat to each other. Not on like a large scale. Not on the same.
Trans women aren't a threat to cis women either. That's what all the data shows. Like I was telling you.
How are they a threat?
My question is it about whether or not there's an actual threat?
She forgot that she's already had to goalpost concede that trans women aren't an actual physical threat to cis women, and she tried to bring it back around to that argument because she didn't think before she talked, and now she sits back, and you can see the look on her face is like, she realizes what a mistake she just made. Look at her face. Look at Rachel Twigg's face. She's literally got her eyes closed, and she's like sighing because she realizes she fell into the trap. She forgot that she'd already conceded the reality that trans women are not a threat to cis women, and that trans women are actually in more danger in the presence of men.
Or is it about whether or not like you feel afraid? Because all data shows there's no actual threat. But is this just about your feelings?
I think that's patronizing to say it's just your feelings, because we could see throughout human history
that's what you say to trans people.
Of course, not all men, but the perpetrators of sexual violence and assault are men. For the most part, it's men.
Right, men,
and because of
not
that,
trans women.
Well, I don't know if I'm going to get kicked off YouTube for saying what I want to say, but I would not say that trans women are women. So
okay, but
no
if you
shit.
look at the actual data, trans women are not the ones that are responsible for the assaults and privacy violations that are occurring in these spaces.
Hang on,
So it's not the threat you need to be worried about.
Naomi, I don't mean to cut in, but it looks like your camera froze up.
Okay, well, I have a question to that. Okay, you say that it's not, quote, trans women who are committing the assaults. So if I were to say, like, okay, I'm in Virginia, Loudoun County made big news across the country. I don't know if you two are familiar with it, about 2 girls who were sexually assaulted in their school bathrooms by a boy wearing a dress.
Okay.
And there are examples of women who've been sexually assaulted in prison by, quote, trans women, to use your
those
language.
people should be charged, absolutely.
But let me finish my thought. Or have you heard of...
Once again, we're getting an argument here. They need to make crime illegal. She's advocating for crime to be made illegal right now. That's how stupid she is. She doesn't realize it, but she's saying they should make crime illegal. It already is illegal to sexually assault people. You're literally talking about a story of someone being charged with sexual assault. So, when there is no data to back up your worldview, you inevitably have to fall back onto individual anecdotes. There are nearly 8 billion people on this planet, all of different races, creeds, sexual identities, gender identities, etc. Inevitably, you're going to find a trans person who is a sexual harasser or assaulter. You're going to find a black person who does violent crime. Any racist, Nazi, bigot, whatever it may be, of any shape or size will be able to find anecdotal examples of insert minority they hate and want to demonize doing bad thing they claim all those minorities do. Because that is how the world works. There's too many people for that not to have happened. The fact that one person in that group ever has done it is not a compelling argument, especially when Naomi is bringing data to the table, actual statistics. What matters is the actual data and the fact that there is a very stark statistical difference between the rates of violence committed by trans women and the rates of violence committed by men. When this woman tries to argue that trans women are a danger because yada 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 men are violent, she is once again forgetting that Naomi has brought up data that shows, well, if you look up the violence statistics and you separate trans women from men, it turns out the men are the ones doing the violence, not the trans women. So it's clear that, your fears of this group are not valid. Let's talk about why you think they shouldn't be in these spaces. And she'll say, well, they're not the same. It's like, okay, but you started your argument by saying it's a danger. And now she's trying to argue that her feelings are valid as an argument.
Like the Wee Spa incident where the man was walking around with an erection. So my question, this all comes to, how do we know the bad actors? Like the people that are committing assaults and are violating women in these spaces.
How much you want to bet this Terf doesn't believe no reason boners are real? I do notice a lot. You see Terfs very often on social media, unironically believing that certain medical things that happen to males in particular aren't real. Obviously the most common one is the idea that blue balls isn't real. Obviously you've got dude bros who will say, you gotta finish me off, I've got blue balls, I'm gonna die. That's not a thing, but it is a painful thing that happens if you go too long fucking without nutting. That's usually how it happens to me, is I'll lose track of time and realize, oh fuck, it's been a while, and then all of a sudden pain starts to set in, but it's already too late because it's oh, okay, well I'm literally in too much pain to continue now. So yeah, that's usually how it'll go about, but it's a real thing. It's unironically real. Blue balls is, and you'll see Terfs claiming it's not a real thing and it's made up by men as an excuse to sexually harass or assault women, and it's no, it's just when you have a boner for too long and you don't nut. It usually happens when you have sex for too long. It feels the best way to describe how it feels is obviously your balls hurt. That's obvious. A very deep, painful ache in your balls. But then also it feels like you're going to it feels like a very deep, painful stomach rumbling kind of if you've ever had a really bad stomach issue where you feel like you're gonna shit badly, it feels almost like that when it's coming on. We have like this deep, warm, achy pain in your guts. And that's like, that kind of sticks around for a while. Usually I just pass out and I wake up feeling fine in the morning, but yeah. I've seen TERFs unironically argue that's just not real. They'll argue that like, a lot of those things, like no reason boners aren't real, so I wouldn't be surprised if that story was literally just like some person posted on social media that there was a trans woman who had like a bulge or something. Oh, Kyanist is here. Yo. I'm actually just now finishing up the excavation here, but if you could keep these guardians off my back, it would help a lot, because they are being pretty rough right now. I keep having to swim away and consume a gap so I don't die. Kyanist, no, don't die.
You would argue that those aren't trans women. Are they bad
Well,
acting
anybody
men?
is
Like, how are
capable
we?
of committing sexual assault or a privacy violation, regardless of if they're a cis man, a trans woman, or a cis woman. And those who do commit assault or privacy violations should be tried as criminals. But largely speaking, trans women are not the people that you should be worried about. And trying to exclude the group that statistically is not any more likely to commit these crimes seems based on nothing but bigotry, fear-mongering, and feelings.
Yep.
And not any
Well,
kind
who
of like
should be-
data.
Who should we be worried about then? Like, when we have spaces for women and girls, and you would say that trans
Conservative
women should be able
men.
to access those spaces for their own safety, whatever. Who should we be afraid of then?
So typically it would be cisgender men that are the most likely to commit these kinds of assaults. However,
Okay,
you know, the data we
go ahead,
have
keep
on like
going.
gender neutral spaces, for example, shows that assault and privacy violations are actually not any more common in gender neutral spaces as compared to like women's only spaces.
Okay, I mean, I don't have a big problem with gender neutral spaces, but I do believe in
I would actually argue that assault is going to be far less common, especially against women in gender-neutral spaces. How many times, like, I mean, there's literally data on this that we could bring up, but there's also video representations of this that we could watch, but I don't think I can tab out right now for very obvious reasons. But it's basically like those videos where you'll have like they'll set up the premise, right? The guy is, like the first scenario will be a guy and a girl are in a park or something like that, right? In a public environment. And the guy is screaming at the girl, like on the verge of maybe hitting her. Like, that's how mad he is. And within seconds, a crowd of men, usually, come to defend the woman and like, get the guy away. Like, they don't care why the guy's upset. They are like not okay with the guy being upset at this woman. And then they do another scenario where they act out another scenario where the woman is screaming. Honestly, it seemed even more likely that violence was going to occur caused by the woman towards the man. They flip the scenario. Not a single person stops. There's even like a woman who stops to ask the woman what he did and like cheers her on and says like, "You go, girl." And it wasn't a faked video. It was like a pretty legit like channel that did the social experiment. But there's been like actual like studies, like colleges have run this this study as well. They've done blind studies with this to try and like see, do we sociologically move to help women in public situations like that more so than we'd ever help a man? Will we just let a man get assaulted by a woman in public and just like say, "Oh, I guess he deserved it"? And the truth is, yes. In public, when a woman assaults a man, people are way more likely to assume that the man must have done something to deserve it, while vice versa, within an instant, usually there is a man there to stop violence happening against a woman if a man sees it. Every guy wants to be the hero that stops a woman from getting assaulted by a dude, you know? Not so much the other way around. Like, if a guy is getting bullied by another guy, it's usually like, well, that's their business, you know? If he's too weak to defend himself, then that's his problem, is generally the mindset. And that's the mindset this woman also wants to enforce because she's not an actual feminist.
protecting women's spaces. So my question is, how do you tell the difference between a quote cis man and who might just want to put on a dress and come in and a quote trans woman? How are we supposed to know?
Well, I don't think you really need to tell the difference. But if somebody's doing
Yeah, we
something
do. If
inappropriate,
we're talking about,
if someone's doing something inappropriate, then you try them as a criminal. But if someone's not doing anything inappropriate, then I don't think it's your right to like ask them to show you their genitals or something.
And I'm not asking that, but I can tell who a man is.
This is America.
And
Okay, I guess
again,
my question is, if you're not asking people to like show their genitals, like how do you expect to enforce, like say bathrooms, for example, enforce like a single sex space in bathrooms?
Well, that's how it's always been up until so
No, it has not
Identity
been.
existed for all of human history, and they've been using the bathroom without people noticing for this entire time.
Bathroom segregation is very new.
And they were breaking the law back then too, because those spaces were separated by sex. So
But they
yeah, I'm
weren't
sure
breaking the law.
I'm sure men have been sneaking into women's spaces for as long as women's spaces have existed, and I'm sure they haven't always been noticed.
You're still dodging the question.
When
Like,
they,
She doesn't understand. She just fundamentally doesn't get it.
They could be charged. We could say, hey, there's a man in the locker room. There's a man in the women's bathroom. And then he'd be arrested and charged with voyeurism or whatever.
So you just want people to like guess who is and isn't trans and then arrest people on suspicion of being trans?
Is voyeurism a crime? I thought that's just the name of a...
Or the women.
Of a fetish.
Yeah, that's why I would remove gender identity.
This is never going to be a 100% accurate process. And the history of trying to guess whether or not somebody is like truly a man or truly a woman is backed with a lengthy history of discrimination against intersex people, also discrimination against women of color, were particularly framed as being like too masculine. This was actually an issue in women's sports, where like there was attempts to keep Black women out of women's sports because they were seen as too masculine. And so it's just like
happening
this
now,
kind of
where
enforcement
Black
based
women
off
are
of people's
setting off
suspicion
the.
is just going to lead to crazy
Hold on.
fear mongering, which we have seen in practice leads to false reports all the time.
There's been instances lately where there have been Black female athletes who have had the limit on what. So they set what is the standard level of estrogen and standard limit of testosterone that a cis woman should have, and they base it off of the predominantly white female athletes, which means that is the average amount of estrogen and testosterone for a white female athlete, which means a fair amount of Black female athletes will actually go over that, because not everybody is the same, and there are like different hormonal balance difference across different populations of people because humans are pretty diverse. And the outcome of a lot of these like hormone limiting policies have actually had a negative effect against Black women trying to get into women's sports because they have actually set off the alarms.
People getting like misidentified, and like then what? What do you expect to happen? Like a police officer expects someone's genitals or something? Like how do you expect
somebody's genitals? Well, and I feel like the race argument. Let me bring that up. Like that discrimination was based on race, and you know, I'm not sure how old you are, but you look young enough that this is before our generation.
She's a mother.
Civil rights.
I think that racism is still well and
Not
alive today,
perfectly.
and also leads to Black
Why are
women
you
perceived
trying
as
to
more
age
masculine
mog
than white women? Which
someone
means
who's
that
a
these kinds of
literal
policies
mom?
will disproportionately affect Black women.
Oh, no, hang on, Naomi. Let Rachel respond to the original question. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so anyway, where was I going with that thought? But yeah, but it's like race is different than sex.
I agree.
And we can tell, like, I mean, I just think
it's not the same as being a raging racist bigot. It's not the same as the thing that society has already agreed is wrong. My bigotry is not the same as the already completely socially agreed upon as being bad bigotry.
My problem with your enforcement mechanism isn't the 99%. My problem with your enforcement mechanism is the 1%. I don't want that 1% to be unjustly discriminated against, but you're fine with that, and that's a problem.
Well, I would say like it would have to come back to two ideas off the top of my head is if you have identification, but now the law says that men can have female as their identification marker.
You want someone like checking people's IDs at the doors to bathrooms?
Not at the doors to the bathrooms, but if I notice a man in the bathroom, I should be able to say, hey, there's a man in here, and he should be able to be thrown out.
Oh my God, imagine.
Or police or whatever.
Dude, imagine like how many videos would come out of like how many women have you seen before who like TERFs would absolutely accuse of being trans and report to like a security guard or a police officer? Like if that was actually a law they could do. Could you imagine the amount of Karen calls police on cis women? Like shit would happen. You know what's even funnier as well? Like all of this is so ridiculous when you consider that like literally every mother of a son has taken her son into the women's bathroom with her. Like it's not even like I've been in tons of women's bathrooms when I was like 7 or 8 years old and younger, and my mom would take me to places and had to use the bathroom and couldn't just leave me out like like in public for someone to just kidnap and had to have me by her side. So I'd like have to sit by the sink, like in the public bathroom. I just like sit by the door or whatever. But like no one cared or batted an eye. It's not unusual for moms to take their young boy into the bathroom because they can't leave their kid unattended, and no one considers that a problem. Obviously, no one considers a young boy a threat, but like the idea that these are exclusively sacredly women's spaces where like no males are ever allowed under any circumstances because it's like super like private and special or something is ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. Like the even women's bathrooms and women's locker rooms are an appropriate enough environment for even like an 8-year-old boy to be in, and it's not a big deal. It's obvious that this is a completely fabricated moral panic. There's no substance to any of these worries or complaints at all.
Whatever needs to be done.
I mean, this seems pretty invasive, but like trans people can obtain IDs that are transitioned. So I mean, like that would still include.
Yeah, I know
trans
that,
people.
and I disagree with that. I think that if you shouldn't be able to put female on your birth certificate if you're a man, or vice versa. Women shouldn't be able to put male down on their birth certificate or on their driver's license. I mean.
Okay, well, we live in a world where that is a thing, so this doesn't really solve
and that's
the
my goal.
mechanism.
Well, my goal is to remove that from law. I don't think that should be in the law anymore. I think we need to repeal that.
You want to make it
your
illegal.
enforcement mechanism doesn't work unless we like manually go through and vet all of like trans people's IDs. But also, this doesn't solve the problem with like intersex people. Intersex people might have a very complicated situation with respect to like an ID and their gender presentation and their observable sex characteristics. Like, there's still going to be people that are going to be unjustly...
She's going to try to argue intersex people are a genetic anomaly or something like that. Conservatives really hate when you bring up intersex people because it's like, wait, there isn't just XX and XY chromosomes. And also, when there isn't just those, it tends to have like a very obvious physical like impact where there's also not just penis and vagina usually, or just uterus or testes. Like the existence of those people is such a inarguable debunking of their entire worldview that they get really desperate to try to argue for invalidating factors for the existence of them. Like, oh, they're a mistake, they're a genetic anomaly. It's like, says who? They exist. That's not how it works. You can't just say they're not supposed to exist, they're a mistake, and so they don't. It doesn't apply. Like that's not a valid. Like a sound argument.
Discriminated against and targeted based on this policy.
Nature is never wrong.
Crazy lengths of trying to remove.
Nature is never wrong. There's no oughts in nature, guys. Things aren't supposed to be a certain way in nature or evolution. Humans aren't supposed to be a certain way. There's not a supposed to be state for humans. That's like ideal for, I mean, there might be an ideal state for humans that would be most happy in and most fulfilled in, but there's not a thing we're supposed to do that evolution wants us to do. There are things, like, it's all random. It's all just what happens. That's it. There's no thing that you're supposed to do evolutionarily as a human. We are humans who have, like, very advanced brains, and we have done our best to try to make sense of the world, and we have decided that we've personified evolution a lot. We've personified evolution to a potentially unhealthy degree, where we talk about evolution like it made a thing happen. Evolution wanted a thing to happen. That's not how it works. It's completely random, and the randomness has certain outcomes that occur, and we occurred out of that randomness.
All trans people from
There's not supposed to be two sets of chromosome or two different chromosome pairs. There's not supposed to be two genders. These are things that we've just decided. And when things go outside of that norm, we've decided to call it weird or unusual or against the norm or against what's supposed to be the case. We just decided that. There's no written in stone law that says so, unless I guess you're religious and you believe that the book of that supposedly God wrote says so, in which case, I mean, you do you.
From IDs or whatever, like, you're still going to encounter problems. This enforcement mechanism just isn't good.
Okay, well, and intersex people are still male or female. They're still male or female.
Oh, brown Musha.
I mean, it's not always, like I said, you can't always tell perfectly, but you can usually tell. And
how do you tell what gender or sex
we could
like,
always
an intersex
tell.
person should be in your view?
I don't know. I guess you just have
You don't
to
know.
ask them.
Okay, so
can't.
you just don't know how
You
to
would just
handle
you
this
just
portion of
ask. Look, this is
population.
what I'm willing
No.
to do.
Oh, wait,
I would
wait.
Well, now you want to be able to ask, but you're making it illegal for them to but like it's literally incoherent. What she's advocating for is incoherent and driven by hatred. There's no actual realistic way you could practically apply this policy, and if it ever did get applied, it would be like nightmarish for an unbelievable amount of people who are like completely normal, perfectly good people.
You actually just figured it out. You're right. You just ask what somebody identifies as, and then it's literally no problem. Thank
I
you.
don't
That's
care
exactly
how
the
you
solution.
identify.
You,
I don't
you
care
figured
how
it
you
out.
identify. I want you to know. I want to know if you're male or female.
Okay.
And I can usually
And you
tell.
said
Like,
that with
I've
an
seen.
intersex person, you can just ask. Why can't that be true for like
No,
everyone?
Naomi, hang on.
I will say. Go ahead.
I just want to make sure when you ask a question, try to give Rachel enough time to answer it.
Oh, sure.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, I'm sorry, I lose my train of thought sometime. But yeah, we were talking about intersex people and how do you know, how do you ask? Yeah, well, look, I'll just tell you, like, I've seen men in locker rooms, I've seen men in bathrooms, and I can tell. And I just ask them to leave, and that's it. I haven't noticed an intersex person.
Dude, she's asked trans people to leave locker rooms and bathrooms. When she says she's seen men in the locker room, she's talking about trans women. TERFs will refuse to say the word trans women. They're literally so ideologically like dishonest. They are unwilling to engage with they're so unwilling to like bear with you and actually engage that they refuse to even use the term trans woman. They will exclusively refer to trans women as men. They won't even use trans women for like the ease of like description in an argument. They'll just only ever refer to trans women as men.
And I understand, I do understand.
Because they're not, it's not a logical worldview they have. It's more of a religious one. It's more about adhering to an ideological purity of TERFism rather than like caring about like accurately describing things for the sake of having a productive conversation.
And admit that mistakes might happen. I might accidentally look at a woman who's a woman and say, oh, I'm willing to admit that that could happen, but I think it's worthwhile to protect women's spaces.
Well, who are you protecting at that point? If a trans person is
Women and girls.
If a trans person is not causing any kind of like privacy violation or there's no like assault, yet you are actively harassing women by mistake.
Yeah, once again, crime is already illegal. There's no realistic way you can prevent crime in this way. Like, what she's advocating for is banning trans women from women's bathrooms, but the only realistic way to do that is to have armed guards outside of bathrooms, I suppose, or for cis women to be able to report trans women for being in the bathroom, but the only way they'd be able to report that is if that trans woman had already committed a crime. So what they're basically advocating for is a pointless law that would realistically do nothing, but would on paper specifically discriminate against trans people and refer to them as a threat specifically on legal paper against women. Even though there's no actual data or studies that prove this, if they can make it so that there is a law, even one they specifically made happen, that says that trans women, or suggests that trans women are a danger to cis women, then they can use that as an argument. Because they literally believe the law. They believe might makes right. So if they can say a thing is illegal, then that's all the argument they need. She's already made this argument that, like, something being illegal makes it morally wrong.
Which you admitted will happen. I mean, at that point, it seems like you're just causing harassment in bathrooms over something that's not an actual physical, tangible harm.
But like I've said, it doesn't matter if an assault happens or not. Just having a man in the
of course
space
it doesn't
that's
matter.
Just for women is a violation.
A violation
of
what?
Of privacy, and it's voyeurism. This used to be
how?
Time.
Men existing in a woman's space is voyeurism. Voyeurism, by the way, is when you have sex or jack off in public. So, like, really stretching that definition there to the extent where you're just wrong.
Voyeurism. They're just going to the bathroom.
Well, what about in like locker rooms where you're undressing?
So
or in
just,
women's
like,
prisons
and minding their own business.
Voyeurism is explicitly sexual, so she is unwilling to engage with with the reality that when a trans woman uses the bathroom, or goes to the locker room to change or something, that it isn't a sexual thing.
Business? How is that voyeurism?
Because I'm undressing too, and I do not consent to undressing
what
in front
exactly
of
do you
a
mean by
man that I
what
don't
exactly
know.
do you mean by like voyeurism?
Like looking at somebody inappropriately. I mean, I can pull
That's
up the
not what
exact
voyeurism
definition
is.
of the word of like
That
the
is
law.
not
So wait, you're just
voyeurism.
assuming that like trans people are by default going to be looking at women inappropriately in the bathroom or in the locker room?
I think predatory men find ways to do that. Yes.
Are we talking about trans women, or are we talking about...
Okay, if predatory men, which she means trans women, if predatory men find a way, then how would you making it illegal for them to go into... Like, it literally makes no sense. Like, it's illegal... You can't, in America, prosecute a crime before it's happened. If a sex crime happens in a woman's bathroom, it will be prosecuted. It's as simple as that. This is literally a nothing argument. She's literally just trying to advocate for the law to say trans women are a threat to women, so they have something to point to that seems official. They don't have data, they don't have studies, they don't have research. There's no actual, like, data or facts to pull from. But if they can say, look, this law says that trans women are probably a danger to cis women, because it bans them from being, like, then they can just point to that as justification for their policy, even though that policy was literally pushed by them. Like, they will literally create the justification for their beliefs.
About predatory men, because I'm all for if predatory men are, you know, like taking pictures of people doing inappropriate things, they should be tried. But like just a trans person,
and I would say the same thing if women do that to each other.
Here's the problem. You keep on like jumping to different points where it's like if we just have a trans woman who's just say like going to the bathroom or just minding her own business, changing in her stall, and then leaving. That's not voyeurism. So where's the problem?
Because he could still see women.
Oh! The funny thing about transphobia, by the way, is it's harder than not being transphobic. It genuinely is harder to be transphobic than not. At a certain point, you have to actively put in a certain amount of effort when having conversations about, like, for example, you will see transphobes have conversations about Blair White and have to repeatedly correct themselves from saying she. There are a lot of trans people, like, at a certain point, like, particularly trans people who pass really well, where it's, like, actually really hard to refer to them not as she, her, because your brain just defaults to it, because that's, you're used to assuming, and your brain insta-assumes, and so that's really common with particularly, like, really well-passing trans people. Or even just in conversations, oh no, oh fuck, oh, this is bad. Kindness, you gotta get here, we have to fight off a raid. This is bad, I forgot to clean off my bad omen.
Or in, like I said,
people see women undress all the time, that's not a problem. Women see women undress.
Yeah, women see each other undress, and we consent to being in a space with other women. We don't consent to men being in those spaces.
Speaking for every woman
well, I mean,
ever, by the way.
You have a choice to enter that space, and if you're going into like a place that has a trans-inclusive policy, you are thus consenting to the potential that trans people might be in there. That's just the nature of using public accommodations. Like you are consenting to that by agreeing to go into a space like that.
I understand that, but
like, if you don't consent to seeing trans women, you can just use like a gender-neutral space.
Hang on, you got to give Rachel an opportunity to respond.
I am saying these spaces were designed for women, and when you have gender identity protected, then that space is no longer safe for women, and so women don't feel comfortable using. Because I just explained, you're undressing in front of men.
I'm just gonna leave the raid like undone.
Yes, it
while
is.
Just 2 guys left.
Do you think that women or girls should have to undress in front of people that they're not comfortable with?
Loaded
so
question.
If you're uncomfortable in dressing
False
in front
premise.
of someone, then you should find...
Loaded question, false premise. No one is saying anyone should have to do anything. She is actively arguing that freedom should be taken away, and Naomi is arguing that freedom should not be taken away. The onus is on Rachel Twig to make an argument for why that freedom should be taken.
Your own space, your own private stall where you can do that.
That was what the women's space was for.
No, women's space. You have to undress, you have to undress in front of other women in that space.
Yeah,
it's
but
not just
we're
for
comfortable
you.
with
it's
that.
For,
no, I know it's not just for... Yeah,
why is she speaking for every woman? I know for a fact. I know for a fact there are many women who are not comfortable getting undressed in front of other women. I know I joke about how women love seeing each other's titties and all that, and they do, but also not really. Like it's a meme. The vast majority of women are just as like opposed to being naked in front of other people in public as any guy, I think.
racist.
I guess,
It's
like,
just for women.
My problem is that, like, there's just a long history of this exact same kind of argument being used to justify discrimination against minorities. I guess, okay, if I'm characterizing you correctly, make sure I'm not misrepresenting you. You're saying that, like, if a group of people, say like women, feel uncomfortable with like a certain minority in like a bathroom, then they should be allowed to exclude them from that bathroom. Is that correct?
She's not going to agree with
You're
the premise.
deflecting
She's not going to agree with the premise that trans people are a minority group. Fundamentally, TERFs rely on a false front that trans people are not a minority group, and that when they are bigoted towards trans people, it's not bigotry. It's not the same as being racist or homophobic. It's different. It's them fighting actually for a progressive cause is what they're trying to argue. They're desperately trying to attempt that trans rights as like a concept is like an infection on progressive like feminist ideology, and that they're the real woke ones. The fact that like they ally with Nazis and far right conservatives who are trying to take away like the rights to have, they're literally in favor of like repealing Roe v. Wade, etc. Also, J.K. Rowling recently came out in support of the Taliban, of all things. Not on my bingo card personally, but yeah, full on. She has come out in support of the Taliban. She outright tweeted, I believe it was, "At least the Taliban don't try to claim that men can be women and women can be men," or something like that. That was a recent tweet she made, so that's stellar. Yeah, this is probably the smarter way to do this, so I don't get Kamehameha'd by the Guardians to death. Okay, let's get out now. Let's get out. Do not... Ooh, there we go. Why is that called dynamic lighting? Do they do dynamic lighting? I don't know why it'd be called that. Okay. Yeah, she said at least the Taliban knows what a woman is, or something like that. Yeah, very deranged shit.
Again, because we're talking about sex. We're not talking about race or whatever. We decided, or our grandparents decided that we were.
Oh, she liked a tweet saying that? My bad.
Based on race or national
Thank you for the
orientation
info,
or
Chair.
whatever. And so, no, we can't just say like, oh, we don't want other people in the locker room with us. It's separated by sex.
Okay. In practice, it's really not separated by like your kind of strict definition of sex. When we acknowledge intersex people, when we acknowledge trans people using the bathroom without issue for literal decades, in practice, it's just not separated by sex in the way that you think it is. And as somebody that uses public accommodations, that's something you just have to acknowledge. Like,
yeah, but when you
that's true. By the way, I went to me and Demon Mama went to Mount Shasta. We drove through Mount Shasta, very like little rural fucking town on top of a mountain in central Northern California area. Very like one of the most conservative areas in all of California. Anyone who knows anything about the area can attest to this. Literally one of the most conservative areas in all of California. We went into a diner. It was called like the Black Bear Diner or something like that. We went into a diner, and I had to use the bathroom, so I went to the bathroom, and there was one bathroom that you could use, and it specifically said gender-neutral bathroom. This was unironically months and months and months before Dead Space Remake came out, and the gender-neutral bathrooms thing became a meme that the conservatives lost their shit over, much like they are for the pronouns with Starfield right now. Yeah, they literally had a gender-neutral bathroom at this, like, boomer-ass, like, breakfast, like cafe stop type place, truck stop type place in Mount Shasta, one of the most conservative areas in all of California. It's very pretty, by the way. But yeah, I think it was like the Black Bear Diner. Love that place. Have you guys been to it before? Apparently it's like fairly well known. I like posted a video of us or a picture of us there on Twitter when we were there, and people seem to know it. So that's pretty cool that we just kind of like stumbled across a landmark location and ate there because it was like the best place we saw in our view. In Seattle? No, in Mount Shasta, California.
Accommodations.
Oh, it's a chain. I didn't know that.
You're comfortable with other women is my point. Like
I had literally no idea they were a chain. It was like, it came off as like a single like place. It was very cozy. It was like really, really cozy, dude. It was a vibe.
And you say, oh, if you're not comfortable,
well, is it about
using those
comfort?
spaces?
It was snowy too.
both. I would say both are important.
Okay. So if
Oh, hey,
somebody is
Darnus.
uncomfortable with someone in a bathroom, then like what should they do about it?
It depends. If it's a women's bathroom and there's a man in there, then the man should leave. If they're just uncomfortable, like, okay, I'll use my own examples. In middle school, when I first started using girls' locker rooms, I wasn't always comfortable with other girls. So I would use the single stall or whatever. And then I just got over it and I was fine with it. So if you're not comfortable using it with somebody else of your own sex, then yeah, you can use a single stall.
Okay. So it seems that if somebody is uncomfortable, then they can just move to a different place, to a separate stall. Like you can just move to your own stall if you're uncomfortable with like a trans woman existing.
But they're men. It's a space for women. I am not uncomfortable using a locker room or even like showers or whatever with other women. I'm uncomfortable with a man being in that space.
But so like it's just coming down to like your comfort at that point, though. Like most women are actually comfortable with trans women using women's spaces. If you look at the survey data, most women literally are totally fine with it. So like you are in the minority.
I mean, I'll look that up. What survey data?
I believe it was from either Reuters or Pew Research. I had seen this before. Most women comfortable.
Because I mean,
with trans people in bathrooms.
When you Google,
because like
right now we're
talking about like your feelings of like being uncomfortable, but you're in the minority of this.
Well, when you put into Google, most women are comfortable with trans people. What do you think is going to pop up?
We have...
Okay, so if you search more women are comfortable with trans people on Google, you will get a list of different academic studies coming from .edu and .org websites, fact check sites, research sites like that are meant for publishing data. Websites meant for publishing scientific articles, etc. Legit sites that are the kind of thing that your teacher would be fine with you sourcing in your MLA format citations at the end of like a writing assignment. But if you search women are uncomfortable with trans women in their spaces, you will get websites with .com and .tk and like whatever the fuck domains. Very openly conservative sites and TERF-oriented sites that are very clear in their biases, such as in the fact that they have titles of their articles that say things like, imposter men once again try to... Like it'll be very obviously a TERF site, and it won't... Like, you literally won't find academic articles or studies. Speaking of pro-trans, here's a song made by a trans person who made songs for Minecraft. Well, let me turn up the volume. It goes hard. Hold on. Explain Lena Rain, transphobes.
If you search adult human female or
See,
let women
I have
speak,
one from the
you'll
Hill.
see countless women speaking about this.
See, I have a poll from the Hill.
And it's okay for us to go
all of
over
her
full
citations
data,
or videos.
but I don't want this debate to become too pedantic. So let's dive into
Yeah,
the data.
I'll just write down things and look them up.
We can dive into the data, this kind of thing. We don't want to get too hung up on just a singular point, but go ahead with this one for now.
Yeah, so this is poll. Majority support law allowing transgender people to use bathrooms that align with their identity, and that's from The Hill. Like, your discomfort puts you in the minority, so at that point, I feel like you should just find your own space if you're going to be uncomfortable like that.
Yeah, but there's also thousands of countless women now who are speaking up about this. I mean, I don't know if you're familiar with
They are in the
Let Women
minority,
Speak.
though.
Do you think they're in the minority?
Well,
Vastly,
yeah,
yes.
I have the data right here in front.
That's her response. Well, here I have a like data that says that women who are uncomfortable with trans women in their spaces are in the minority, And then she says, "But do you really think that, though?" Literally, like Pearl Davis tier response to
Of
Data.
us, and it shows that they're in the
Yeah, but
minority.
you're quoting one article or one survey.
Do you want another data point? Because there's also data from Reuters
And I
which
was
found
a
the
lot
exact
of
same
women.
thing.
Like, and what about all the women who speak up about this, who've been banned from Twitter and banned from social
This
media?
guy
And
is
banned
They're in the
from
minority.
YouTube? You don't,
That's what all the
you
data
don't
shows.
hear their voices.
Wait, are you
Well, yeah,
denying the reality that all of the data we
cared
have?
about minorities.
Are you sorry? Are you agreeing, or are you denying all of the data we have, which shows that yes, most people, including most women, are completely comfortable sharing a bathroom with a trans person?
Particularly
I don't
most
believe
women.
it, but I'll look it up. I'm
Okay.
writing these things
Trans
down. I'll
acceptance
look
is
them
higher
up,
among
because
cis
I'm not
women than
familiar-
cis
I'm not
men.
familiar with these things that you're quoting, so I can't
Okay,
say
I guess,
yes
like,
or no. I agree with that.
I'm also interested in your thoughts on like transgender men, because
Like, remember, trans acceptance is higher among cis women than cis men. Why would that be the case if cis women were uniquely in danger because of trans women? That would make no sense. If there was like this overarching societal problem going on right now, where women were feeling like they were at threat by trans women, like why would cis women be the most supportive demographic of cis people? Why would it be cis women and not cis men? If cis men would see it as like an opportunity to be able to predate on women too. It literally makes no sense. Like, you don't really even need data to argue against these points. It actually does just take a little bit of critical thinking, and you'll be like, wait a second. Yeah, wait, hold on. That doesn't really work out, like, with her logic. If all men are, like, ticking time bombs of rape, then it doesn't really make sense that men wouldn't be supportive of this supposed, like, movement that's making it easier for men to assault women, right? Like, yeah, literally, like, with their own logic, you can destroy their arguments without even having to use data.
because if you're if you're
Gotta
like
love
so
that mining
concerned
fatigue.
of like big hulking men entering women's bathrooms or women's spaces, like are you aware of transgender men?
I'm aware of women who do extreme body modification. Yes.
Okay, so like, do you think that a trans man should be in the women's bathroom?
So, trans
would say
women
yes.
are
Have you seen
predatory
trans
men.
Have you seen
I
like
have
what
seen
what
some-
Buck
yeah,
trans
Angel looks
men
like?
are
Have you
women
seen-
who've
I
gotten
know
nature
Buck
body
Angel,
modification, I see.
My thing with that is, I'm like, well,
Because like
then
he's
it's
a
on
hulking
them to
dude.
find the-
You want hulking
I would
dudes in the women's bathroom?
Gotta give
I would
Rachel a
say
chance
it's-
to respond to him.
Would you
Go
feel
I would
safe in
say
the
it's
women's
on them
bathroom with Buck Angel?
Okay, I'm not saying it's up to me to give away men's spaces. Like, I'm not going to say, oh, just go use the men's spaces, because that's not my right to say. I would say if you've changed your body so much that you cause women to be frightened or women to be scared or whatever, then that's on you to find your own accommodations. You can use the single stall, and if men are cool with you coming into their space, then you can go use the men's room, because
So
they're not a
wait.
threat to men.
Are you wait? So you previously said you were okay with trans men using the women's bathroom. Now you're saying you're not okay with trans men using the women's bathroom?
I mean, it just depends on what they look like, but I do acknowledge that, yeah, they do, like, they they have beards, they don't look like women. So yeah, if they're causing like a startling reaction or something,
So now
then
we're
it's
getting
just
to
kind of
just
on them
outright
to
virulent
deal with it
hatred.
and find the
How
right
do
place.
you expect to enforce this at kind of like any kind of policy level where the policy for trans men is now, if I think you looked like too much of a man, you should use the men's, or you should use some other space. But
Or
if
too much of a
you-
woman.
if you look still not scary to me, then they're fine. Like, how do you expect to enforce that? That's a crazy policy to like draw the
I mean,
line
I
at some
guess-
kind of arbitrary notion of like how manly they look.
I mean, I guess I would come back to like just black and white. It should be based on sex, and I do
Well, hold up. If
understand
you're
that.
basing it
Yeah,
off
like
of sex, that would say that trans men should use the women's bathroom. So you're flip flopping again.
yeah. So no, I know, and so I would have to.
You don't have a
Agree
consistent
then.
Funny as
policy
fuck.
on trans men.
She's
I-
You
panicking.
just haven't thought about this
don't
before.
Look, I don't have a consistent thought on trans men, because I do say,
Well,
like,
isn't
I
it
do
a little
see
bit
that.
irresponsible?
Oh,
for you to
she
be
accidentally
advocating
said
for
trans
things at
men.
the policy level,
She's
at the government
flustered.
level,
Can I
when you
finish
haven't
a
even thought
spot?
about trans men.
The moderator's
Yeah,
about to step
you-
in.
you
Yep, there you
can't-
go.
you can't finish.
Cuck
Go ahead.
moderator.
Yeah.
I don't mean it, though. I don't think the moderator's cucked. To be completely honest with you guys, I can't really give the moderator that much shit for, like, interjecting to the benefit of this lady, because to be fair, to be completely fair, did that clear my... No, I still got haste. Okay, the haste should make this faster, right? Wait, how is it slower? Okay. Okay. Kindness, if you could bring me a bucket of milk, I'd really appreciate it. Because this isn't going anywhere till I've got milk. Anyway, the mod's username used to be Big Papa Fascist. Remember him? Oh, that's Big Papa Fascist? Oh, never mind. Yeah, okay. Apparently, yeah, no. Big Papa Fascist is a fascist.
Because I want to protect women's spaces. Trans men, which are just women, they're really not a threat to anybody. They aren't a threat.
Wait, hold up.
So
Why aren't
yeah,
they a threat?
Because they're still women.
Well,
They
hold
still
up,
have
they might
women
see a woman
like
naked.
female.
Once again, just letting the game out. Men are predators, and trans men are just women, and we don't consider women a threat because they're, like, literally, like, this is the same type of thought that made it so that, and I still think this might still be the case today, that women can't commit rape in the UK. Terf influence was pretty heavy on a lot of the law making in the UK, and so for at least a very long time, and up until recently at least, it might still be the case, correct me if I'm wrong, women, cis women, legally could not commit rape, particularly against a man, in the UK. Because legally, to commit rape, you had to be the one committing penile penetration against the victim, and women, like cis women, can't do penile penetration. And I believe it has to be into a vagina as well, which means specifically in the law, only women could be the victims of rape as well. So I believe even if a man raped another man, it wouldn't be a rape charge, it would be a sexual battery charge. So it would still be illegal, it's still charged, it's just not charged as rape. In the UK for a very long time, and it still might be the case, the only time it would be charged as rape is like classic man puts his penis into a woman's vagina when he's not welcome. Like that is the type of lawmaking that motivates that TERF's cause.
Under your
They're
worldview,
still women, though. They're still women. They are
how
still
can you
women,
tell?
and you can tell somebody by their body frame. I mean, like, I know Buck Angel, when you see her pictures, like at first glance, yeah, it looks like a man, but when you see the full body
so you're
shot,
totally
it's still
comfortable with Buck Angel and people that look like him walking into the women's bathroom, but you're uncomfortable with someone like Blair White walking into the women's bathroom. Like, you're delusional if you truly believe
Blair
that.
White looks like a man. If you see Blair
If you
White's
feel
full
more
body,
comfortable,
broad
if you feel more
shoulders,
comfortable
narrow hips, it still looks like a man.
If you feel more comfortable with Buck White in the women's bathroom than Buck Angel than Blair White,
It's okay.
then you are crazy. One of those
They're
is
the
a
same.
hulking man, and
Who
the other's a
cares?
bimbo.
But they're both
One is a
retarded.
hulking man. Yes, I will agree with that. Yeah, but no, look, I can admit that, yeah, it does cause some.
She just called Blair White a hulking man. So, like, you have to understand, there's nothing but, like, hatred that drives these people's ideology. Like, she can't make an argument. She can't bring any actual statistics or data into the conversation. She just really, really, really hates the minority group that you're allowed to hate more so than any other right now. And so she's just taking full advantage of that. Some people just want to be bigots. And right now, the hip group to be a bigot towards is trans people.
Complications and confusions. You can't always tell who's who, but I think it's worth trying to enforce it, at least to protect it on the basis of sex, these spaces for women.
Okay, so like
I think it's
we
I
still
think
just
it's better.
haven't gotten any
Okay,
kind of
I
like
think
clear policy on trans men, and you're doing things at the legal level. Like I just have to go back to, this seems so completely irresponsible and ill thought out when you're flip-flopping and cracking at even just the slightest pushback about trans men existing, and yet you're doing things at like a political action committee level. Like that's so crazy how little you've thought about this issue.
I mean, I do think more about the men coming into women's spaces.
It's crazy
I don't
how much
see
she
trans
sounds like
men as
Pearl
a threat
Davis.
to anybody. I don't think they're a threat to,
Well, I can tell you
men.
that
I don't think they're a threat to
in
women.
general, women feel a lot more afraid of trans men being forced to use the bathroom with them than trans women being allowed to use the bathroom with them. Like this is what the data shows. Women believe.
And I would say that's on us to figure out. Like that's, you know, like I said, the male on male violence.
That's
for
on
men
us to
out.
figure
We
out.
Women will have to
Yeah, just
figure
hand
that
wave it
issue out
because you can't have that
ourselves. I mean,
conversation. You can't
I just
justify
like
it
that
abuse.
view of saying just like, oh, you know what, that violence is just not my problem
Misplaced
to worry
blocks
about.
are
like,
fatal here.
People are actively being victimized by
Have
the
to go
kinds
get more
of
milk.
policies you're suggesting. I cited data which showed that trans people
And I
are
would
are multiple times more likely to be raped with the policies that you're proposing, and you're just like, oh, not my problem, don't care. Like, that's awful. Like, you are literally just telling rape victims that you don't care.
I care about rape victims. I care
Unless they're
that
trans.
I care that federally funded domestic violence shelters have to admit men or lose their funding. I care about women in prison who have, for many of them,
Rachel,
have been
do you
victims
care
of
about
sexual
trans?
She literally just argued it is bad that, like, sexual assault shelters have to accept men. Because remember, TERFs do not believe men can be victims of sexual assault or rape. So, like, it's the same. I literally described that mindset in the form of policy and the policy that it motivates, and how it was the case in the UK, where they literally, in the UK, legally, cis women couldn't commit rape, even against other women. So it's really just an evil and demonic worldview these people have. It's just hatred. It's just hatred. They're trying to make hatred sound woke. Because they still want to be, like, girl boss feminists, but they're also bigots.
Can I finish a thought, please?
Yeah, go for it.
I care about, well, I don't think trans is real. So I care that women in prison, many of whom have been victims of sexual and domestic violence, now have to share cells with men and spaces with men. I care about that. And yes, I have sympathy for all victims. I have empathy for all victims. But my solution is not to erase women's boundaries.
All right, I'm going to give you... So, do you guys know why I'm so good at predicting what a conservative is going to say? It's because I've heard a lot of their, like, batshit retarded worldview repeated over and over again in a lot of different forms. And it's very, like, it's gotten to the point where I can literally imagine a debate with a conservative in my head right now and tell me that this isn't a plausible, like, interaction for how it would go if I talked to her. Here's what I would argue right now if I could beam myself into Naomi's place right now in the debate. I would ask, okay, it's very clear that we're getting hung up on a very fundamental disagreement, and that's whether or not people who identify as a gender different from the one they were assigned at birth, trans people, are valid as the identity they identify with. So let's talk about that. Why do you not believe that a trans woman is a woman? What is a woman to you, and what is a man to you? Take as much time as you need. Let her explain whatever batshit reasoning she has, and then say, well, that's all very nice, but how do you feel about the fact that the entire consensus of academia disagrees with that? For example, sex and gender not being the same thing is agreed upon by the American Psychological Association, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American fuck, there's like a bunch of them. I'd have to have the list brought up so I could list them all perfectly, but this is just off the top of my head. Obviously the United Nations and the England Health Service, the National England Health Service, the NHS is what the acronym. All these back up the fact that gender and sex aren't the same thing. There's more than two genders, that sex is not just binary. So, like, we could literally go through all the data, and then at that point it's like, so what is your basis for believing that trans people are not valid? Is it just like you feel like they're not real women? You feel like they're not real men? Because you keep on saying this, and it seems like that's the fundamental disagreement we have here. And if it's just based on how you feel, then I really just don't see you as any different than the racist white women who argued against desegregating bathrooms back during the 1960s because they felt that they were in danger by being in the same spaces as black women. That was, of course, the originator of many of these arguments, by the way. Wealthy, affluent, white women during the civil rights movement who argued against desegregation because they felt the presence of black women in like women's bathrooms and women's locker rooms was a threat to them. Because, of course, a very common racist talking point about black women specifically is that they are, like, uniquely aggressive, angry, or violent.
I care about men who are victims of assault. I do. But again, the solution is to not just let them into women's spaces. They can't take refuge in women's spaces.
But, like, there's no increase in assault or privacy violations when we do. Like, it's literally not a problem based off of any evidence we have.
Okay, well, again, I don't want to go in circles with this, but, like, I say just being in the space for women, even if assault doesn't happen, is a privacy violation.
It's all fifis.
We're kind of going in circles.
This is once again like the flip-floppy problem, where it's like you care about, like, you know, the material harm until it's pointed out that there is no material harm, and then you immediately jump back to your feelings. Like, at the end of the day, things are just going to fall back to your feelings, and falling back on feelings has a heinous history of exclusion in bathrooms, from gay people being excluded at bathrooms to the white-only bathrooms we had in the civil rights era. The history of this kind of argument of, well, my feelings of not being comfortable in a bathroom with this person that I don't like, or this minority, it's just used to harm people. And it's based off of no data, no, like, true differences in assaults or privacy violations. It just hurts minorities. Like, that's the entire point.
Well, I would say that gender identity is just based on feelings, and yet there's laws protecting it.
I would
and
love
it
to talk
trumps
about gender identity,
sex.
because we can actually locate it in the
Well,
brain.
hang on. Let Rachel
Let me
finish the
finish my
point,
thought.
and then you can
Yeah,
move in.
so gender identity is a protected characteristic, and I would say that that's just based on your feelings, your own internal sense of self, and it's just an ideological belief.
Okay, so
Whereas
she
sex
understands. So she's one of the anti-gender TERFs. There's two different types of TERFs. There are the ones that are much less ideologically groomed, like they don't know the talking points as well. And these are the ones that just simply argue sex and gender are the same thing. Like a woman is a female, and a female is a woman. A male is a man, and a man is a male, and that's just all it is. But then you get your more like gender abolitionist, more meta TERFs who say, "Oh yeah, I don't believe in gender. I agree with you that gender is just a social construct. I don't believe in it. I believe that sex is what matters." At that point, they're relying on you not knowing the scientific consensus on sex, because sex is nowhere near as rigid and straightforward as they're trying to convince you it is either. And there is plenty of data to prove this, an overwhelming abundance of data. And when I say overwhelming, I like to use overwhelming a lot because that is the feeling I have whenever I look into this data is, wow, this is literally overwhelming. Because like it's hard to read through it all, and I feel overwhelmed. I'm being very literal about that. Yeah, it is actually insane how much research has been done on this and how long form said research has been. Like, it's long form. And there's just no ambiguity around it anymore. Also, this is like the most fucked layout for an ocean temple. I literally had to carve through the wall to get into the rest of the temple. I think this one glitched out in its generation. That's fine.
Is real. It's much more observable, and even though it's like, yeah, there's DSD and intersex, it's much more observable than gender identity.
So if I'm understanding
but gender identity as a protected characteristic is trumping sex. It's trumping women's rights to fair sports, women's rights to safe prisons and locker rooms, all of women's sex-based rights.
She keeps saying safe.
Okay, I think we're just going in circles on like your feelings. So
I can't prove
love
danger.
To talk about gender identity and how you say that something is real because it's observable. Is that correct?
Sure, I'll say that.
Awesome. Yeah, gender identity
So is air not real?
Observable in the brain. We have done MRI scans.
Like, she literally just... Yeah, okay, wait, hold on. Is air not real? Then I can't observe air right now. It's fucking clear. That's a very stupid argument that something is real because it is observable. There's tons of shit we literally can't observe that we know is real, particularly in the realm of space. There's a lot of shit in space that we know is real, but we literally can't observe it. We observe other shit that is a clue that it's real. That's literally most of researching space.
Studies on the brains of transgender people, and we see time and time again that the brains of transgender people are actually shifted to be more like the brains of the gender they identify with. There are some subtle differences between men's and women's brains on average, and this is true about trans people too. However, for trans people, it's shifted in the direction of their gender identity, not of the sex they were assigned at birth. So yeah, gender identity is real. We can measure it in the brain.
The brain scans that I'm familiar with show how the brain changes when you're taking testosterone or estrogen or synthetic hormones.
So that's part of it.
That, to me,
synthetic hormones.
To me, that doesn't prove that gender identity.
That's part of it.
Okay.
We also have studies on trans people before they medically transition, and there are still regions of their brains that are shifted
they're
towards
chemicals.
gender identity. This is
How they're
observable
produced
even
makes
before
no
medical
difference.
transition.
But then so my question on that is like, what is gender identity in the brain? Like, do they have more feminine characteristics or more masculine characteristics? Okay, that doesn't make you male or female. And I would say your brain is still...
No, as in like when you do a brain scan of a trans woman and a brain scan of a cis woman, and then you do a brain scan of a cis man, the trans woman's brain is like phenomenally closer to the cis woman's brain than the cis man's brain. Obviously, this isn't always the case, but most of the time it's the case. That tends to be the source of the gender dysphoria, is that, like, internally in your brain, you are like, it's arguable that there is a phenomena of, like, female brain that trans women have and, like, male brain that, cis men have. So much so to the point that, like, those are literally phrases in the trans community. Like, male brain, femme brain, or whatever. Like, you can get your... Like, I've got trans friends that I'll want them to do something with me, so I'll be like, oh, I got an idea. Hey, man, it would be pretty male-brained of you if you stayed up all night watching Better Call Saul with me. And they'd be like, I do want to be male-brained. And it works every time. That's how you get your trans friends to do stuff. You just tell them it would be blank-brained of them to do that thing, and they'll do it. It's very easy.
Hang on. Let Rachel make the point, Naomi. Hang on. Just
and like
your brain, from whether or not gender identity
I know you can
real.
push back in just a second, but let her finish her point.
Okay.
And the brain, every cell of your brain is still has like male or female sex chromosomes in it. So even if you have more effeminate
male or female, once again, they will acknowledge the existence of intersex people when you bring them up as an argument, but in their, like, explanation for why they believe a thing, they refuse to acknowledge the existence of intersex people, despite the fact that their mere existence, negates the entire argument. They try to make you forget that they conceded that argument already. Hang out with me and I'll affirm your gender. True.
And that shows up in your brain in whatever region. That doesn't make you female or male. Like, that's not what determines
that's
your
not what
sex.
I'm talking about. That's
You're talking about gender. But
what I'm talking about is
so
whether... Hold up. What I'm trying to talk about is whether or not gender identity is real. You said that we can't base things off of gender identity because it's not real. I'm not saying that having a gender identity, like, gives you a pussy or whatever. What I'm saying is that gender identity is real and we can observe it in the brain.
I'm sorry, Naomi. Your camera actually crashed out again.
Oh, it seems like to me you're trying to dodge the point as to whether or not gender identity is real.
Thank you, Fortnite.
So now that I've explained, transgender identity and how we can actually view it in the brain in like MRI scans, do you acknowledge that gender identity is real?
Well, what you explained doesn't say that gender identity is real. It shows that maybe certain personality traits might show up in the brain, but that doesn't mean that gender identity is real or that it should be a protected
based on gender
characteristic.
identity, as in we observe these traits in people that have a certain gender identity. So be it a cis woman or a trans woman or like a cis man or like a trans man, that these profiles of brain structures are based off of the gender identity. I mean, this is how we recognize conditions in the brain, say like autism or ADHD or depression. Like this is kind of just the psychiatric standard of recognizing, like, for example, a mental health condition in the brain. So like,
but what's showing up in the brain? Like all I'm hearing is these characteristics of being effeminate or masculine or interests or whatever. Like can you give me an example of what's showing up?
Yeah, it's like different distributions of certain regions of the brain, like particularly dealing with like the hypothalamus, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Trans women notably have, so cis men, notably, when you do a brain scan of a cis man, the part of our brains that functions around rational thinking and consideration and taking a second thought for things is literally smaller than that of cis women and trans women. It's literally, unironically, one of the best theories for why men are more reckless than women, is that women literally have a part of their brain that is centered around, wait, should I do this thing? For them is larger than for cis men. This is also true of many trans women. So, like, that's just one example I know of. Like, trans women live about as long as cis women, and a large part of that is attributed to the fact that trans women are also as risk and danger averse as cis women, as opposed to men who, more often than cis women, will be, like, insane, like, thrill junkies who will, like, endanger their lives for fun and think nothing of it. Like, you've seen the memes. Like, this is why and people wonder why women live longer than men. You know, like those memes? Yeah. Okay, there we go. Well, let me resize this. Yeah.
Like there are certain like hypothalamus profiles which we generally observe in women, and trans women's brains tend to exhibit those as well.
Okay, and you're saying that that's before estrogen too?
Yes.
Like before, but I mean, is that like a personality thing? Like, oh, this person likes more traditionally feminine things, and that's
well, it's a brain scan.
Controls a lot of brain function. Like the brain's quite intricately complicated.
You can't like will your hypothalamus.
Essentially, what I'm saying is that
you can't will your hypothalamus. I promise you, you cannot literally will your hypothalamus into becoming bigger. Okay, that's not a thing. You can't like literally. Did I get it off before the... Oh, I got it off before the mining fatigue. Let's go. You can't literally will your hypothalamus into being bigger so you pass better as being trans. That's not a thing. They were born that way, and that's like part of them being trans is that their brain, at least for them specifically, if that's the case for them, and it is in many cases, is that their brain is like structurally closer to that of a cis woman. And, like, you can be mad about that fact as much as you want. I get it. It's inconvenient for TERFs that, like, you can literally scan a trans woman's brain and see the difference between her and a cis man and the similarity between her and a cis woman. It's inconvenient, and it sucks for TERFs. I get it. It's really, really inconvenient. But, like, reality doesn't conform to convenience for your ideology. I'm sorry. If you genuinely, sincerely believe this stuff, I'm sorry. You got unlucky. You ended up with the wrong ideology. You got with the wrong people, and if you care about truth, you're going to have to reconcile that somehow. It sucks. It's hard to do. I had to do it once. I was once conservative. It's tough. But when you let facts and not feelings guide your politics, you'll find that you're much more free. You'll find that when your politics are motivated by feelings, you have to contort and bend the truth and bend stories to actually have relation to the point you're trying to make. When you actually care about the truth and you are trying to argue for the truth, you don't have to do so much hard work. You just have to know what happened and know what the experts are saying, and that's it. Like, you don't have to do all that extra hard work of having to manufacture a lie to sucker people into believing. You just say what's the case. I find it a lot easier, personally. I don't know. Maybe these conservative grifter types have more fun lying, though. Maybe it's easier for them than telling the truth. It's definitely more profitable.
But the profile of brain matter distributions of trans people looks like the brains of the gender they identify with. Like, this shows that there is a physical reality to gender identity located in the brain.
Okay, I just don't believe.
Not always, though. This is a sort of nearing. I get why Naomi is doing it, because it's easier to argue on this basis and not get into the advanced shit with someone who's actively transphobic. But I think it is important to clarify that in most cases that is what's happening, because at the end of the day, if we're really getting into the nitty-gritty of it, being trans is literally as simple as just identifying as a gender different from the one you were assigned at birth. It doesn't go any further than that. It requires nothing more than that. In all technicality, but I do think there is, in some cases, merit to it distinguishing whether or not someone is genuinely identifying as trans. In the case of Chris Chan, for example, I think it's like worth the fact that they've admitted to not being genuinely, sincerely identifying as a woman is relevant to discussions when people are using Chris Chan as an argument against trans rights. Just, yeah, it's one of those things.
Believe that, but again, I'll look up the studies. All I know is that the studies that I'm familiar with show that the brain changes with hormones.
It does change with hormones. It's also shifted even before hormones.
And yeah, and what you're saying is it just seems like personality traits are showing up in the brain.
That's not.
We're talking about personality distributions, which go beyond just personality traits.
You can't see personality traits.
Yeah, but it's still okay. What? For example, I don't know how that should be protected.
You can see an inflamed area of the brain that is known for causing violence and anger outbursts, and deduce from that the person might have a tendency to violent outbursts. But usually that's diagnosing someone with a mental condition, not like literally detecting personality traits through brain scans. It's not, as far as I know, that's not a thing. I was under the impression that the human brain is still a vastly misunderstood like biological computer that like to this day is stumping and impressing scientists and biologists alike. I was under the impression, by the way, I'm not like joking here, this is actually 100% true, that we are still vastly unfamiliar with the way the brain actually works. We don't even know why dreams happen.
As a characteristic that your brain
Well, the same
is
way that
slightly more
other like
feminine
mental health
or-
conditions are protected in the law. So, for example, people
Okay,
are
sure.
born with brains that have certain profiles, certain mental health conditions, and that should be protected in the law.
She's
Say, for
also
example, like
conceded that
autistic
trans women
people,
have
they
female
have a unique
personalities,
brain
you're right.
profile, and they should be protected from discrimination in the law, right?
Sure. Yes.
Okay,
And
and
I
the
would
same should
say
be true
that-
for people that
go
have
ahead.
gender dysphoria.
Sure, I don't think anybody should be discriminated from using a public place based on their mental illness. I've never said that or never advocated for that or mental
Now it's the
condition
mental
or
illness
whatever.
talking
What you're
point.
advocating
But that
for
doesn't
is
make
either,
them male or
what you're advocating for is either they choose to self-discriminate or they choose to enter a space where they're much more likely to be raped. Like that's what you're advocating for.
I just don't believe. I mean, you can send me another survey or statistic or whatever, but I just don't feel like going into a man's space puts you at danger.
You don't
I just don't believe it.
You want me to cite?
I don't believe.
Wait,
So
why
I
would
already
it put
cited
you
this
at
I
one
just don't
danger?
peer-reviewed
believe
study
it.
for you. There was also
Wait,
the
why
Department of
would it be
Justice
dangerous
has
for men to be in your
statistics
spaces,
that,
then?
Being trans is associated with a 10 times higher rate of sexual assault if you're forced into a prison of the sex you were assigned at birth. So like trans.
Yeah, you're far more likely to be the victim of sexual assault. Guys, I don't know if you know this, but like, when the horny like degens who want to do rape in prison find out a trans woman has been like brought into the block, it is immediately a countdown to when the sexual assault happens. And the more that said trans woman passes, the more likely. You've basically just put a woman into a men's prison. Like, they were already raping men because they were so desperate for some hole. You've just put a, like, in some cases, like, someone you would look at and be like, that's a woman, into like, the fucking, yeah, like, you know what's going to happen. It's very obvious, and the data bears out that very believable reality, because of course it does. Because of course that's what happens, because, obviously. Because it's prison. And trans women are women.
Trans women in men's prisons are 10 times more likely to be raped.
I can believe the prison thing. I can believe that.
Mm-hmm.
But again, I just don't feel like the solution to that is to just let them into women's spaces.
Well, I think that the prison issue is a bit more complicated, and I would definitely be supportive of handling things more on like a case-by-case basis. You know, ultimately, like if someone's a violent sexual offender, I think that we should take extra precautions to like, you know, house them in a space where they're not going to cause harm.
Just to get clarification on this point, as it's brought up, do you guys both consider women's prison specifically to be a woman's space?
Yeah, I would say that
Yes.
women's prisons is a women's
So-
space.
But I mean, that would be necessarily included in the debate, though. I think it's fair game to talk about.
Yeah, like it's definitely bigger than locker rooms and bathrooms are important. But yeah, this applies to prisons, women's domestic violence shelters, sports obviously is in the news, but any place that's for women. And yeah, I mean, like, women's prisons still should just be based on sex, like because violent women aren't sent to men's prisons, you know. So
Well, no,
gentle,
but violent women are
non-violent
handled
men.
differently. I think that's in certain circumstances you do have to handle things kind of on a case-by-case basis. Also recognizing that intersex women might pose either potential threats or potential extra opportunity for being victimized based off of their intersex status. I think it's very important to kind of handle some of these things on a case-by-case basis because it can be messy.
Sure, and I mean, like even within prison, there's different levels of security. There's different kinds of housing. Like, it's far from perfect. We can probably all agree on that, but there's still measures in place.
Well, if we have different levels of security and housing, couldn't we take like a higher security level with like a trans woman so that she's not raped at 10 times the higher rate in a men's prison?
She can be put in a lower security place.
You want her in a lower security place where she's more likely to be raped?
Look, again, it's not women's problem to deal with. Like, don't put him in
Yeah,
a
this
men's
is exactly
prison.
what I'm saying. You don't care about
Had
rape
to
victims
correct
when you're
yourself
trans.
again.
I don't care about
It'll
putting
never not
men
be
in
funny when
women's
she accidentally
prisons or
doesn't
women's
misgender a trans
spaces.
person.
You're literally not even
I
trying
have-
to deny that you don't care about trans women being raped. Like, that's heinous.
Of course, I care about anybody. Like, I don't want anybody to be sexually assaulted or harmed. I've never advocated for that. But again,
Right,
my
but you
argument
just don't
is
care if a trans person is raped.
I'm saying that the solution is not to put men who might be more likely to be victimized. They don't belong in women's spaces. I'm sure that men who might be of a smaller statute or gay
Insane
men
how much
or
she's moved the
men with
goalpost.
disability.
It's crazy how much she's conceded already, and like how much the goalpost has moved. The argument she's trying to defend at this point, like the general like set of arguments she's trying to defend at this point, is unrecognizable from her original set of arguments, because she literally she couldn't withstand. It all fell apart for her. Funniest shit I've ever seen. Oh fuck, I need to go to the nether and draw out the sponges. Keep getting distracted.
They might be more likely to be assaulted in prison, but they don't go into the women's prison for refuge. They stay in the men's prison.
Well, right, because there are systems in place that can help them within the men's prison, but that's just not
And
the
I
case
would
for
say-
trans women.
Well, I would say that you would need to advocate for that for men who call themselves trans or men with gender dysphoria.
Well, I literally told you I do advocate for these things to be handled on a case-by-case basis because it is nuanced and complicated. And ultimately, I want everyone to be safe. I'm advocating for policies which are going to maximize the safety of everyone. Cis women, trans women, all women, like, literally. I'm trying to come up with nuanced policies that are going to best preserve the rights to privacy and safety of everyone. Meanwhile, you're over here just shrugging if a trans woman gets raped and been like, well, not really my problem.
I mean, I don't mean to sound callous about it, but again, the solution is not to put that person in a women's prison or in a women's space. It's
but
just not
it
the solution.
Works in women's prisons. Like, we have different levels of security clearance that we handle on a case-by-case basis. Prevents trans women from being raped because disproportionate rape.
What about women who are now being impregnated by men in prison now?
Oh, you mean by, like, male security guards? Because that's been a problem for a long time.
No, by men who identify as women and being allowed to go into women's prisons because of this.
Is it consensual?
I've seen
I've
seen that this is an exceptionally rare thing that happens, and I think we should be taking steps to, like, deal with it, but ultimately,
Well, for starters, it's the fact that, like, tons of illegal shit happens in prison. The guards are paid off all the fucking time. Tons of COs are like literally in on what's going on. Most contraband in prisons is getting in because of corrupt COs that are bringing it in, and they're getting paid by like the prisoners or the friends of the prisoners to do that shit. And it can be simple stuff like sneaking in cell phones. That's the most common thing, sneaking in cell phones. When, like, at night in any jail or prison, especially in jails, there are people smoking crack or doing heroin in some of the cells. The, like, more like successful, like popular people in the prison, so to say, like the more powerful people who have access to like the drugs and shit, they are they're smoking it up. They're smoking it up at night, you know, between calls. They like the police, like the CEOs, like they or COs, they announce when like a roll call is about to happen. They give roughly plenty of time to hide contraband. Functionally in prison, like if you know anything about it, you know you pretty much have to become a criminal to survive in prison. Just down to things as simple as not snitching on crimes you see. That is a crime, but you will be killed if you do not break the law in that respect. So it's just, yeah, there's so much wrong with the prison system as a whole that overall criminal justice reform is like vital. And the argument that like she's going to try to make is going to completely fall apart when Nominal Naomi says, oh no, I don't think it needs to be solutions that just address this problem. I think the criminal justice system is so fundamentally broken, it needs to be entirely overhauled. I hope that's what she argues and just like completely throws this lady for a curveball.
Suggest to deal with that.
Yeah, so we can like identify potential like risky inmates and make sure that there's a housing situation such that we're going to, you know, minimize risks of pregnancy and assault. And handle this on like a case-by-case basis. But I mean, it's ultimately a fact about the world that in all of these systems we set up with women's prisons, like women getting impregnated, particularly by male guards, which is the most likely threat of them being impregnated in a women's prison is male guards, not trans people. Like, that's what we really need to be focusing on if we're really trying to reduce this risk.
And that could be a separate conversation because I wouldn't have a problem
that, like,
with
it's not
reducing.
something you've even thought about before. When
Let
it's
me
like
finish
the
a
more
thought.
likely issue.
I have thought
Yeah.
about it. Let me finish a thought.
Finish.
I wouldn't be against the idea of only.
What happens when trans women can get pregnant? Because, like, that's gonna happen in our lifetimes. I don't think you guys realize that, but that, like, we're actually really close to that. Like I don't, like, you guys might scoff at me saying that right now, but I'm not joking. We're actually, like, pretty close to that technologically. We can like, grow uteruses with stem cell tissue, or stem cells, and then, like, incubate a fetus outside of the body and shit like that. We've done it with, like, goats and sheep. So we are legitimately, like, less than a lifetime, much less than a lifetime away from implanting artificial wombs, or even artificially grown biological wombs into trans women that are fully capable of ovulation, of producing and full on, we're, like, not far from that. We could probably watch some content about it if you guys want. There's really interesting science content on YouTube that just focuses on, like, here is where we're at in terms of technological advancement in regards to giving trans dudes fully functioning cocks. You know, just, like, that kind of scientific, like, advancement shit. Cool shit.
Female guards. I mean, that's a different conversation. I'm sure there's a lot to think about with that and consider. But that's a conversation I'd be willing to have. But again, the solution is not to put more men in those spaces. Like, male security guards raping female inmates is a problem. The solution is not to put more men in that space.
I guess, like, I guess my question to you is, like, what's worse? Like, say if there's, like, a consensual sexual relationship in prison between, like, a trans woman and a cis woman, or, like, that trans woman going to a male prison and being raped. Like, which one's worse?
Well, first of all, there is no legal
one's more statistically likely.
Consensual sex in prison. Because of the Prison Rape Elimination Act, there is no legal.
Okay. That's not how consent works. Did you just say that your definition of consent is dependent on the law? Did she just say that's not consensual and then explain consent as if the law is what determines what is and isn't consent? That's not how it works. Our laws are meant to be based off of our moral prescriptions. It is not immoral to, like it isn't, kids can't consent because the law says kids can't consent. The law says kids can't consent because kids can't consent, for example. Like, that's not how it works. That's not how consent legally works. Consent is a concept based on whether or not the other party is capable of giving consent. That is to say, are their faculties fully there enough that they can give consent. I don't think she's smart enough to argue that in a setting like prison, you could say that one isn't, like, in a position where they could rationally determine that they do want to have sex with an individual, like, because they are currently in that situation that makes them incapable of consenting, maybe, but that's a pretty weird philosophical argument to even try to make. But I don't even think she's smart enough to make it, and I don't think that's where she's even going, because I just don't think she's put enough thought into this. I think she's just floundering for an argument at this point. It's very fun to watch, I must say. Watching conservatives flounder will never not be fun.
Legally consensual sex. There's just not. So you can't say that there is any consensual sex.
I mean, people do have consensual sex in prison.
I'm sure that they do,
like,
and I'm
bros
sure
jacking
men
each
have...
other off, or, like, women, doing their womenly things.
I'm sure that it happens. I'm not denying that, but legally, it's rape no matter what. So
plenty of guys are gay for the stay.
I mean, like, two people having consensual sex in prison is
I love
obviously
that
not
phrase,
as bad
by
as
the
somebody
way.
being raped.
Gay for the stay.
Okay.
Yes, I can
So
agree with you there.
you're fear-mongering about the first case as a means of justifying a system which is going to lead to a lot more of trans people being raped in men's prisons.
But what about more women being raped in women's prisons by letting men who call themselves women being put in there?
Yes,
women are being raped
now. If we properly
now.
handle this on a case-by-case basis, there is not going to be any increased risk of rape in women's prisons. All data we have shows that when this is handled properly, there is no increase in rapes and assaults that happen in women's prisons.
But again, so you said the Department of Justice.
Floundering.
But
Desperate
we're hearing
for a
reports
reason to hate
of women being
minorities.
raped in prison now. So how big
That's
does
an
the number
anecdote.
need to
Anecdotes
get?
happen all the time. I'm asking you for data. Like, do you have actual data, statistics, which show that trans women are a disproportionate threat to women in women's prisons?
I would say
Always,
that they're men. And
always
putting men
hammer
into
in your
women's-
point. This is just me nitpicking, but always hammer in your point. I would have added, because I have data that says the opposite. Always, like, reiterate, not only is it that your opponent isn't bringing data to the table, but you are. Facts agree with you and disagree with her, and she is unable to bring up a single compelling argument. It's very important to hammer that home.
Prisons is a disproportionate
Okay, so you
threat.
don't have data. Like, you're just making up a narrative.
Because men commit
Yep.
more sexual assaults. So
Well,
yes.
And the
I'm
data
talking
does
if you
not
actually
show
have the
this
data,
as the
trans
case
women
for trans
don't
women.
commit more sexual assaults. So your logic
But
is
they're
flawed.
men. They're men. And so putting
But they
men
don't
in
It's
have the
literally
sexual assault
deranged. It's
profile of
incoherent.
they
It's
have the
incoherent.
male but they retain the male patterns and the male
No, they
what's
don't.
the
You're
word?
witnessing
Propensity
political
for
incoherence.
violence that they always had.
They literally don't.
This is where bigotry
Like,
will
all
take your
data
brain.
we have shows that that's not the case. Trans women do not.
This is your brain on
commit assaults
bigotry.
or privacy violations at an increased rate.
Well, I mean, I'm just wondering how many women is it gonna take for you to care, like by these,
If there
these
was
men being
any
transferred
data
into
that showed that this was
All
a
right,
real
we're getting a
problem, I
pivot.
would take the problem seriously and take steps
But
to
how many-
best handle the safety of everyone.
Okay, there's multiple women in New Jersey, excuse me, for
Multiple.
example, who have become pregnant by a man in prison.
Twos.
Okay,
There are
these are just
multiple
anecdotes.
cases. Again, but there's multiple. I mean, I can
Ones
show
of
you
them.
the articles and stuff.
I don't
and
care
I'm
about
just wondering-
anecdotes. I care about data.
I'm-
I care about statistics.
But it's date. It's a reported number. Like this.
no, it's not.
Like
It's a case. That's an anecdote. I can
Okay,
find you
okay, but
cases.
my question
wait,
is.
hold on.
My
Hang on.
question
I can
is.
find you an
how
anecdote.
many
I can find you a
women
case.
Will you care? Will it make you care? Like how many women is it going to take for you to care? Like I can say, okay, 3 women have been impregnated.
Yeah, if there was a
and
statistically
raped in
significant
New
difference, I would
Jersey.
care. But what I'm telling you
we're
is, I can point to
increasing-
cases. I can point to.
This is the same argument as, for example, if you tried to bring up like racial crime statistics as an argument for why we should have racially segregated communities, and you said how many white people being victims of black crime is it going to take for you to care, I would say, if by care you mean to be in favor of taking minority groups' rights away, and none. There's no amount that will ever be enough. Sorry. If that's your definition of caring, then there'll never be enough. And just completely bite the bullet on that, but clarify, and make sure you clarify enough the audience knows just how loaded and dishonest her question is. I feel like most of the audience, even in Big Pop fascists community at this point, were probably like, ooh, this lady's not doing a good job of arguing against the transes.
Anecdotes of cis women raping cis women in cis women's prison, like in women's prisons. Yet you.
I was literally watching a clip from the other day where David Duke, back in the 80s, made the argument: how many times does a black man have to beat us up on the way home for you to care? To the interviewer. Oh yeah, no, this is literally like word for word, like Nazi, like desegregationist, like anti-civil rights movement talking points. Like literally every time this happens, it's just a repeat of when they did this last time. They have always been trying to take away rights from minorities. It's just a new group this time.
Nobody would point to that to say that women should be banned from women's prisons.
They should be put in a higher security place. And like we said earlier, there are
Exactly. That's what I'm
mechanisms
advocating
to-
for. If there's somebody who's
But
a threat, they should be put in a higher security place.
But it needs to first be separated by sex. It needs to be
literally
separated by
doesn't.
sex. This is the Geneva Convention
can't
acknowledges
substantiate
this. The United States Constitution says no cruel and unusual
All-
punishment. This is a
it's
human
all
rights
law.
violation.
No
to
cruel and
put
unusual-
No studies. She's saying the Geneva Convention bans cruel and unusual punishment, and by her standard, having a man in a woman's prison, which is what she calls it, is cruel and unusual punishment, so it's against the Geneva Convention. Like, that's literally her thought process. Not only that, but yes, she does build her morals, it seems, around what is legal and what isn't legal, or at least that's how she's arguing it. Literally incoherent thought process, incoherent ideology. Any argument she can make to justify her bigotry, it's all that it is. It's just hate. It's just hate. It's just hate. It's just hate. Oops, all hate.
Punishment, like, wait, no cruel and unusual punishment like trans women being raped in men's prisons?
That's not, like, the state ordering that.
Oh, so that's not a cruel and unusual punishment. Is being
It
raped
is a
at
cruel and
10 times the rate in men's prisons.
But again, it's still male-on-male violence, and I have empathy for that.
Well, the
I
thing
don't
is,
think anybody should be
every
hurt,
time you
but
bring
the
up
solution
something,
is
or,
not
like,
to
bring up
erase women's boundaries.
Every time you bring up something like cruel and unusual punishment, you immediately back off because you don't actually hold it as a principle. You're just using that as a mask for your anti-trans bigotry.
I
like,
would
literally
say
everything that you've brought up, from, you know, like fear of assaults to privacy violations in bathrooms, like every time your principle falls apart immediately once it's shown that the empirical data disproves you on literally everything you've said, and you always jump back to something else because it's not about facts to you.
This
it's
is where you
only
start
about your
insulting.
feelings.
But I would say
By the way,
that putting men in
this
that
is where
place
I'd start
increases the rate. So again, I don't
finding
know
ways
how
to
many
insult
women.
her in my
I will,
arguments.
The data shows it doesn't.
Let me start
try to
because this
get
is
her
a
upset.
relatively new phenomenon.
Because
Letting
I'd
men
already be
go
bored
into
at this
women's
point.
prisons.
And
So
the dub
we're
is already
starting
to be
see
had.
rapes. My assertion is that we need to stop this, or else the numbers are just going to keep increasing. You're going to see more
It's
women
just kind of
getting
going in
pregnant,
circles
more
at this
women
point,
being
so I'd be
raped and
trying to wrap it up
assaulted.
with her getting
I'm telling
angry
you
and
that we need to
triggered.
stop the trans women being raped in men's prison, which is a real problem that we can justify with statistical evidence and data, but there is no data supporting your narrative, your untrue narrative, that trans women pose an extra threat to cis women. That's just not true. The data doesn't show that.
I mean, are you familiar with organizations
wah.
like Keep Prisons Single Sex or Sovereign Women Speak or any
Oh
organizations
yeah, they're a bunch of
like
liars.
that? They're a bunch of liars. So their statistics are false, but yours are credible.
What are their statistics?
Redux Magazine does a good.
Redux? Okay.
You don't like okay, whatever. You can laugh
Redux
at
is
my
Redux
stuff.
Magazine. So, for the record, for those of you guys that don't know, that list of organizations is literally a list of tabloid magazines and Terf websites and mommy blogs, is what she just listed. None of these are, like, institutions with scientists that are doing, like, peer-reviewed studies or data. The most that you will get will be an internet survey, like, hosted by the website for the users to vote on with, like, a poll. And the most security there is to that survey to verify that it wasn't botted or misrepresented or biased is nothing. There is literally no barriers. So that is about the most you'll get as far as numbers on something from a conservative is, here's a tabloid site's survey they did, and here's a magazine's op-ed, and here's a doctor who thinks that COVID was caused by demon cum. That kind of thing, you know? Nothing new. Nothing new.
Entirely biased fake news source.
Entirely okay, whatever.
You can look it up. Redux is a known liar. Here's the thing, like, my sources are like the United States Department of Justice.
Yeah, no, there's actually a really good source you can go to if you're ever looking to insta-debunk a source from one of these conservatives. What is it called? Political Bias Check, I think it's called. Political Bias Fact Check, I think it is. They fact check. It's a fact-checking site, but it also rates websites and publications based on their political bias. So there'll be a scale for truthfulness and a scale for bias and what side they're biased towards. So there's a side for, are they very far left and untruthful? Are they very far left and truthful? Are they very far right and typically truthful in their reporting? Are they very far left and typically truthful? Like that kind of thing. And so you can correlate like their bias to how truthful their reporting is and just instantly Google it. Like, okay, oh, you just listed an example? Let me look it up. Oh, it seems that's an extremely right-wing biased, heavily untruthful website known for publishing lots of lies. Here, oh, well, look, they've got examples of times they published blatant lies. Let's see if your source is on that list. You know, that you can just kind of do that. I think it's called Media Bias Fact Check.
The Pediatrics Medical Journal, and then you have to cite a magazine which is a known liar. Like, that immediately shows that we are not on equal playing fields when it comes to data and evidence.
Well, I'm saying this is a new thing that women are starting to report on.
Well, it's not like we have data. Like, I'm
It's
citing
not a new
I'm citing
thing.
the data from the Department of
and
Justice.
Yeah, and because of Biden, the Department of Justice has to protect gender identity.
How does Biden being in office mean they can't report data? Because I have the data right here from the DOJ.
Well, I'm talking about like his executive order, but anyway, like another point. So a
Wait,
man,
what?
a couple
Hold
months.
up. That makes no sense at all.
Well,
are you,
no, because
are you still
in federal.
looking for the data you have?
No, I stopped so I could talk to you for a second. But I mean, I can go back to
Yeah,
it.
I would love for you to find that data.
Well, I mean, if you're already familiar with Keep Prison Single Sex and Redux magazine, then I don't think there's any point in trying to like.
Okay, because
you,
you know that the data's bullshit because they don't actually
I mean,
have data.
I can go
they just have,
find it,
like,
but I just think
I've
for the
seen
sake
those
of
magazines.
time, I don't.
All they do is talk about anecdotes. They're just like, oh, here's one case of somebody that did a bad thing. But it's like I could do the same thing about cis women and try to fearmonger about cis women in the women's prisons. But it's pointless because anecdotes are not proof. Like you can find an anecdote for literally anything.
It's crazy how people have completely, it's like become ancient history now, but I still remember the famous Lauren Southern quote in her original debate with Destiny, where she kept on, like, not engaging with data, and Destiny was like, okay, I get that you've got a lot of examples of YouTube videos and a lot of anecdotes, but I'm trying to engage with data here. Do you have any data to back up what you're saying here about, like, brown people committing crimes in Western countries? And she said, well, data is the plural of anecdote. And just the entire chat just busted out laughing. And that is because that was like a famous, like, people would quote that whenever a conservative used that logic, but I never see it anymore. That was such a classic, like, example of conservative brain rot that had been immortalized as a meme. I wish people reference that more often. It's very apt.
Give Rachel a chance to respond here, Naomi.
But I mean, they have, okay, so you think Redux is all fake, whatever. But they do have dozens of reports of men hurting women in prisons because of this stuff. So I'm just wondering, like, you're saying it's not a real problem or whatever, but I'm just wondering, how many is it going to take for you to
I like
care?
how Naomi corrected her on how it's pronounced.
If there's a statistically significant difference, then we should take action about that. But there's just not. Were you listening the first time I said that?
Yeah, no, I was listening.
Okay, then why
Rachel didn't even know how to pronounce her own source.
I guess I just forgot. It's a little late for me. I don't usually stay up past 10. But anyway, I mean, I feel like we're going in circles. I'm trying to think of what else we could hash out here. I mean, I really don't mean to sound callous, but the solution to male-on-male violence is not to erase women's boundaries or to say that sex doesn't matter or that
is a nothing argument.
So, like, what is the solution to, like, trans women being raped?
I mean, put them in. I mean, I guess what they do is put them in isolation, which I don't agree with. I don't know what the perfect solution is. I don't know what the perfect solution is, but I'm saying the solution is not to put that person.
You don't have a solution.
I'm saying the solution is not to put him in a women's prison.
Well, the thing is, if you're actively advocating for policies which are going to make this problem worse, that are going to increase the amount of trans women that are being raped at currently 10 times the rate in men's prisons, you should have a solution for that, or else you are being wildly irresponsible and harming a minority for the sake of no empirical harms which have been demonstrated against cis women.
I am saying that there are harms against women. These things do harm women and girls, and that's my main priority.
Empirically backed harm, not anecdotes, like actual statistical significance behind an increase in harm, which you yourself have admitted that you can't find data to support.
I mean, if you want me to take a few minutes, but you're already familiar with those magazines, so if
right.
you're familiar with
their data, it doesn't show any kind of statistically significant difference in the amount of assault and privacy violations.
If we are circular on this point, another women's space that was brought up that you guys only touched on briefly was women's sports. If you guys want to dive into that, that's another point of contention that you guys can dive into before we get to the closing statements.
Yeah, I'm happy to talk about women's sports. I think that, like, sports medicine science and policies for inclusion in male and female sports is going to be a complicated and nuanced issue, even ignoring the existence of trans people. I mean, we live in a world where I hope that we can acknowledge that intersex people exist. We live in a world where there are other complex situations, such as certain medicines that people take affecting, like, athletic performance. There are people that were caught doping and then have gone off of that doping for years. Like, ultimately, sports medicine science is a very nuanced, complicated issue, and I trust the sports medicine science bodies to come up with the best extent of fairness and inclusion as possible in the policies they create, because there's not a perfect solution that exists for sports, and so yeah, I think that this is another one where you kind of just have to handle it on a sports medicine science kind of basis.
Okay, I mean, I would
This
still
is the
say it
correct
comes down to
position, by the
sex,
way.
and then even
I agree.
within.
But
So
sex
you
is a
think
lot more
sports should be-
complicated than some kind of sex is in.
The funny thing is, because she's so incapable of making an actual argument, she'll say something that's like not an argument, it's just a meaningless platitude, like we need to base it off of sex. And so you can just reply, yeah, I agree. Here's how the argument you're trying to make by saying that, but you're too cowardly to actually put into words because you know I'll debunk it, is wrong though. Anyway, and just show that you know the argument she's actually trying to make by saying that. Metagame conservatives. You guys know what metagaming is, right? Like, you ever play, like, D&D or whatever? And it's like, you're not supposed to metagame, where you, like, acknowledge that it's a game, and that, like, it's obvious to you as the player what the right decision is here, and what you're really supposed to do is act as your character would, and roleplay. And metagaming is, like, considered cheating. In debating politics, metagaming, in my opinion, is when you internally acknowledge what is happening. You internally stop for a minute when you hear the conservatives say something like, well, I just really care about the safety of children in schools. You stop there for a moment. You have like a mind, like VATS moment, okay? Like you have debate VATS, okay? And you think, wait, I know this person doesn't actually care about protecting children. None of this person's policy prescriptions or beliefs actually coincide with that. This person just hates minorities and is trying to justify it. What do I do from here? Well, you can't just call that out because they aren't making that obvious. So instead, start attacking that position subtly while also asking questions. Ask questions like, okay, well, how would we apply this standard of preventing trans women from being in women's spaces? How would you check? Okay, well, so, well, how you would enforce the policy? I'm asking you right now. Well, it would be reported, right? Be like, well, what would you be reporting? A crime? Like, the crime's already a crime, so what are you actually advocating for? It seems like you just, metagame the conservative. Do exactly what I'm doing now, where I'm pointing out everything she's doing and why she's doing it, in the debate, and say it to her, and then continue to ask her questions and force her to, round out her beliefs, like make her beliefs more clear to you, and literally attack every vulnerability. Always be on the offensive. Always be the one asking the questions. Always be the one attacking nitpicks. Every small nitpick you can attack it. Obviously start with the strongest points, but if the debate's going to go on forever, then keep it nitpick if you have to. Always be on the offensive. Never go on the defensive with these people. Never, ever, ever even let there be a second where you're on the defensive. That is the best way to go about debating these people. Hey, Kainis, do you mind making another portal? It would actually make this way faster. If you have the stuff for it. Oh, hell yeah. Nice. Yeah, it'll keep the fuckers at bay. Alright, back to it.
Like, athletic performance is going to be a lot more nuanced and complicated than a simple binary.
I mean, I would disagree with that.
You don't think that, like different levels of hormones are going to affect your sports performance?
Sure, but, women are not a hormone level, so, sex is not based just on your hormone levels. Why do we separate men's and women's sex? Why do we separate these sports by sex? Because our whole bodies are different. It's not. It doesn't just come down to testosterone or estrogen. Why are they different?
Yeah.
Because of how we've developed. It starts as
why did we develop that way? It's because of hormones. All of these are going to boil down to hormones.
Okay, but hormones affect your skeleton. So even if you let's say you suppress your testosterone,
skeleton,
estrogen.
It affects your skeleton.
That doesn't change.
It does if you start early enough. I don't know if you've seen.
Are you serious?
That, start before.
Yes, it does, but I mean that's not it. Hold on, no. Hormones affect every part of your sexual development, down to when you're in utero. every single human starts out as female. They don't have a penis. They have like a little something. And that develops into a penis based on whether or not testosterone is introduced in utero, which is caused in large part by whether or not you have XX or XY chromosomes. But if you have intersex chromosomal distributions, then there's a high chance that your hormone distribution while you're in utero is going to be unusual, and that can result in outward unusual sexual characteristics, such as having both kinds of genitalia or having a penis, testes, and a uterus. Many intersex people go their entire lives without ever knowing, in fact. I'm sorry, but it's just the reality is more complicated than these people would let you know.
It does affect your bone
They have
structure,
baby brain.
because the bone plates don't fuse until about the age of 25.
This is true as well.
Well,
not only your brain isn't fully developed and your bones are not fully developed until you're about 25 years old.
I mean, but if you've still gone through male puberty from like 12 to 20, you're still going to be a lot bigger and different than like a 20-year-old woman.
Oh, time to argue. Nope. Accept that. Say, yeah, sometimes that might be the case. Obviously not always, and you're just pulling that out of your ass. That's what I'd say. But that's a perfect argument for puberty blockers. Would you like to move on to that topic? Because I imagine you're against those. Puberty blockers are the medically overwhelmingly agreed upon solution to this problem. If your concern is that the going through puberty of trans women is what makes it an issue as far as sports is concerned, why not put them on puberty blockers and then destroy every dumb fuck argument she makes for why puberty blockers are bad? Because she can't concede that talking point. She literally can't. That completely makes her worldview fall apart.
Maybe on average, but it's really going to depend on things like your androgen sensitivity, going to depend on your natal hormone levels. Like, it really creates just, like, it's really just such a nuanced topic that I don't think that your binarized notion of sex can fully encapsulate something that's going to be fair. But I guess, like, my question for you, if the problem is, like, going through a male puberty, how about, like, a trans girl who went on puberty blockers such that she never went through a male puberty? She never went through male puberty. She never developed in that way. What would be the problem with her competing in women's sports?
Well, first of all, that person is still male, and it's still a space for females.
Why is it
second of all,
why is it unfair?
Well, it probably wouldn't be that unfair. That person probably be at a disadvantage because they've fucked up. Can I swear? Sorry, they've messed up their endocrine system, and their bones haven't formed properly, so they probably wouldn't. Okay,
so
they wouldn't be very strong.
I like how it always does come back to a roundabout way of insulting trans people, because it's all hatred and it's all about trying to reignite hate in the hearts of people who agree with her, so to distract them from the logic that's being brought up in this debate.
What you're saying is it's not about fairness to you. It's about excluding trans people.
It's about a women's space.
Okay, so you don't care about fairness. Because at the end of the day, what I care about is fairness, and that's what I'm trying to come up with a nuanced policy to best ensure fairness. But you just admitted you don't care about fairness. Like you just care about excluding trans people.
It's fair. It's more fair for women to let them have their own sports. I'm sure that I'm stronger than some men. I'm sure that I can run faster than some men out there in the world. But that doesn't mean that men should be able to compete with women. On average, men are going to be bigger and
What if sports were meritocracy based? What if we had leagues based on your skill? So instead of it being, this is the women's league. Oh, I might have destroyed your little thing, Guyanist. I'm sorry. Hold on, I gotta place some sponges. Or I guess we have to hold on. Dolphin, no. Dolphin, get out of here. Okay, I guess you're a little structure dolphin now. Alright, I don't have any good sponges, so we're gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way, Calionist. We're gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way. Okay.
Stronger than women, and that's why women have their own separate sports
Let's kind of start out just like on a more case-by-case basis. If it is a case where there is no concern about fairness because this trans girl, for example, went on puberty blockers, never went through a male puberty, why can't she compete? It seems perfectly fair.
Because that person is still male. And
okay, so you don't care about fairness.
I mean, fairness.
It's just
sorry,
hating
excuse me.
men.
This is just once again another one of these things where
Males,
you're
I
going to
should say.
start by
Let me finish a
saying,
point. Let
wait,
me finish a
hold on.
point.
I have to point out that you're once again doing the thing where you're like, I have concerns, and your concerns are supposedly about fairness. Well, then I point out an instance where the fairness issue is completely solved. You immediately jump back to, well, I just don't want trans women in these spaces. It's never about the thing that you claim it's about. You're always lying because at the end of the day, all you care about is your anti-trans bigotry. You don't care about the fairness.
The ultimate thing is spaces for women and girls. And I think for women and girls, it doesn't matter if they're big or strong or whatever. Sports, it's their space. It's
But
a
I thought the
women's
reason why we
sex segregated space.
I thought the
And
reason why we
fairness
separated.
is ultimately
Hang on,
like a good
let
reason.
Rachel
Let me
finish.
finish my thought, please. Fairness is like the ultimate part of it, but beneath that, it's more important that it's a space for women and girls.
Thank you.
It's their own space. It's their own leagues. And men have their own space where they can compete.
Like,
Boys
I
have
just
their
wish you
own
wouldn't lie to me
spaces.
like that. How you lie to my face like this? Like the thing is, you led with I care about fairness. We segregate
I do
sports
care
by-
about
hold up,
fairness,
hold
and
up,
that's
hold
a
up,
big
hold
part
up,
of
hold
it.
up. Let me finish. You say that I care about segregating sports by sex because it has to deal with fairness, and then I point out that no, you actually don't care about fairness. And you acknowledge that you really don't care about fairness. To you, it's just about excluding trans people. Like, I just want you to stop lying to everybody that you care about fairness, that you care about safety, and just admit that what you really care about is excluding trans people. Because on every single argument, it's been exposed that you don't care about the actual evidence of who is harmed by assault and privacy violations. You don't care about the actual evidence behind things that are fair. You just care about excluding trans people. Like, I'm sure you'd be the type of person that would say that, like, trans women should not play in women's chess leagues.
Well, okay, I'll say sure. My ultimate goal is I don't care how
Which
big or
recently
strong
got
or weak
banned.
or whatever somebody is. It should be separated
They're
by
trying
sex.
to-
So I don't
they're
care
trying to
if
separate
Your bigotry
chess
would cause you
leagues.
to exclude trans women from women's chess.
Well, they are, and
It's
they're
not
trying to
about
keep
fairness.
trans women out of women's chess.
Well, if it's a club that's just for girls, then it's just for girls. The
No,
boys can go
professional
play
women's
on it.
chess.
Like, I don't
Explain
think
how
that's
it's
something
unfair.
lying to everybody
I
by
don't
saying you
think-
care about
I don't
fairness
think-
because you don't.
I'm not lying. To acknowledge that for the most part, men are going to be bigger and stronger than girls,
Hold
and
up.
it's more fair for
It's
them.
lying
Let me finish
to
a
say
thought.
that I am wanting to exclude trans women
How
because
does being
of fairness.
bigger and
The
stronger
truth
than
is, you want
girls
to
affect
exclude
you in
trans women
chess?
because you are an
Because they're
anti-trans
men.
It's a
bigot that
mind
wants to
game.
exclude
Because
trans people.
they're men, and women should have their own spaces separate from men. Even if the man is slow and weak and gentle and nice, he's still a man and doesn't get to come into the women's spaces.
Right, like the problem
That's
with this debate
ultimately
is that
what
on,
it is.
The problem
That's
with this debate
that's
is
the
that on
bottom layer
literally
truth.
any issue. Thank you for
She's
admitting
trying-
it.
that's her
Like,
big-
The problem with this
that's her
debate is
big
on literally
epic-
any issue we discuss. I'm going
That's
to
her
point
big
out
epic,
that the concern you raise is completely bad
argument
faith
there.
and disingenuous, and that at the end of the
They're
day,
male,
all you
and
care
they're
about
not supposed
is
to
excluding
be
trans
there.
people and your
Yeah.
anti-trans bigotry. And we can just go in circles on literally every topic because that's what we've done
Yeah.
on every topic. We've shown that all of your supposed concerns are bullshit and debunked, and then you immediately fall back on, well, I'm bigoted against trans people. And that's what we're going to do on every topic we discuss.
I mean, we probably are going to go around in circles on every topic. But yeah, I mean, my ultimate goal is that I think places for women and girls should be based on sex. That's the ultimate truth. That's the ultimate bottom. And on top of
The
that,
ultimate
it is
truth.
for safety. It is for fairness.
But you don't
underneath
care about
that,
those.
the truth is, but I care more importantly about sex and that women and girls should have their own spaces.
You care
based
about
on
your bigotry,
sex.
not about fairness. You're proving my point again.
Caring
Thank
ab-
you.
And thank you for making my point that advocating for women and girls is seen as bigotry. Caring about sex-based rights and spaces is bigotry. Thank you for making that point too.
Caring
I don't
about
think-
white
I don't think
people
we're
is
gonna
labeled
go
as bigotry.
any vault here.
I just care about the
So
white
I'm gonna move
race.
into
Why do
closing
people
statements.
say
We're
that's
gonna wrap the
bigoted?
debate up right about here anyway.
What do you
And
mean
then
when I
we'll
say
go over to
bigoted
callers
things,
and
but
super
dog
chats.
whistle it as if I'm
Now,
some kind of
Naomi,
activist? People
as
call
Rachel
me
went
out.
First, I'm going to give Rachel the last word. You can go ahead with your closing statement. I'm
I-
going to give you 7 minutes.
I
No,
thought you said
sorry.
that
Giving Rachel
she
the
was gonna
last
go
word.
first with the closing statement.
Well, no, she opened.
Okay,
correct?
sure. Yeah,
Yeah,
I think,
so
I think
she's
it's
gonna
been
close last.
pretty clearly demonstrated throughout this entire debate that every time that Rachel comes into the topic with some kind of concern or some kind of worry, she'll claim that it's about, the safety of women. She'll claim that it's about fairness. And then I will debunk everything she says with evidence, with data, with statistics, which she will then either deny that they're real, claim that she's seen some kind of weird Terf magazine that goes against what the Department of Justice says, what the peer-reviewed literature says, just showing how literally delusional she is about the reality of the world. And then once it's been shown that her concern is completely fake, bad faith, she'll immediately jump back to her anti-trans bigotry, how she wants to exclude trans women, and forget trans men because she hasn't thought about them either. So yeah, I mean, really, at the end of the day, Rachel is an anti-trans bigot, and her trying to advocate for, you know, the quote-unquote rights of women and girls is not that. She cares more about hurting trans people, and has time and time again showed that she is okay with trans people being raped, with trans people being assaulted, and that she doesn't think that it's her problem to worry about. And with all of the little time and effort she has thought about this and put into this, it is insane that she runs a political action committee dedicated to attacking trans people's rights. A time in this country where trans people are facing an unprecedented legislative assault against our rights, against our safety, and she's just adding fuel onto the fire. And yeah, I think I've shown pretty clearly that she is bad faith, and that none of the things which she supports are backed up by any kind of evidence or data. And so, that's that.
Okay, well, thank you for that closing statement. And then over to you, Rachel. You have 7 minutes on the clock.
Sure. So I'll just, so I'll just end with, again, my basic argument is that the laws should protect sex and not gender identity. And it's the ultimate truth that male and female exist, we're different, and women should have their own spaces separated from men.
Truth.
And it is a fairness concern, it is a safety concern, but ultimately it's just truth. And
you know, when she says ultimate, it's serious.
You know, if I'm an anti-trans bigot, then I would say Naomi is just an autogonophile and a man, and that's my final statement.
Rachel unfortunately had.
Okay, there we go. That was the ending of it. That was the ending. That was literally the ending. When I hit pause, it immediately clicked replay. Huh. Nice. So she says, if I was a bigot, I'd say, and then uses that as an excuse to say the thing that she wanted to say. That's cool. That's a nice little sneaky, unironic sneaky debate tactic. Saying, you know, if I wanted to insult you, I would say, and then say the insult that you want to say. Very clever. Nobody picked up on that one. That wasn't blaringly obvious. Yeah, Naomi just straight up bent her over and just gave her a nice paddling. That was fun to watch. I always love seeing a transphobe get bullied. They really are just some of, like, the worst people. And it's not just because they're, like, wrong and they're attacking, like, a minority group. It's that they've particularly focused their attacks on children. Like, the primary threats at this, like, or the primary group they're threatening right now are not trans adults, it's trans kids. So it's like they've literally gotten to the point where they are leveraging a political attack against children, like a heavily funded one, and like it's going to go down in history as one of the most horrifically disgusting things a political group has ever done. Like, when you really think about what they're doing right now, it is truly demonic, and seeing these people just get fucking wrecked is very cathartic for me. So yeah, I like to see this kind of shit, and I like to do this kind of shit. We gotta do some more transphobe debates in the future. What do you guys think of that segment? I feel like that came out really good. Listen, I gotta pee really, really bad, and I had to the entire segment, so I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, and we're gonna play a little more Minecraft for a while, for like the next 20 minutes, and then we're gonna be getting into the watch party to watch the new 2 episodes of Fiona and Cake. Let's fucking go! I'll be right back, okay? Be patient. I feel like a new man. Holy crap. I really had to go pee. Good lord. Woo! Lordy, lordy, lordy. Okay. Alright, we're going to be playing Minecraft for just a little while. And doing a little bit more of this drying out of this ocean temple. Maybe a little bit of digging it up. Until the end of stream. It's currently 11:28. In about 15 minutes, I'm going to wrap up stream. And I'm going to start moving everybody into the watch party channel on my Discord in Xander's Theater. We do it in a stage now. Instead of using a voice chat, we use a stage now. So instead of it being a 50-person limit, there is now a 350-person limit. So we can really fit a lot of people in the watch parties now, which is super nice, obviously. It's no longer like this first come, first serve situation where people can't get in like last time. So now's a good time to get in, but you can come in last minute if you want to, but the sooner everybody gets in, the sooner we start. I don't want to have to like wait around for people, because that would kind of suck, but yeah. Okay, just attack me so I can kill you. I hate that my allays are in the nether now and just kind of spreading about. It's getting to be pretty annoying, I won't lie. Okay, let's dry these puppies out. Like, they really needed to have added a feature to allow you to, like, restrain... Besides, like, leads. I need to use my leads, actually, to do it, but it's annoying as hell. Really? A zombie carrying raw rabbit. No! 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 I can never knock these back. It never works for me. I don't know if it's like the item I always use or something, but I'm never able to knock these back. It's like 1 out of every 100 times I can knock them back. I think it's server latency is a big part of it. There we go. You have to like hit it slightly off to the left. There we go. 1. Fuck. Fuck. Yeah, I'll get it like a few times, then it starts fucking up for no reason, and I can't repeat it. Or they'll just straight up stop shooting, so I can't fight them. Nope. Yep. They'll like make their shots way more rare, so it's harder to... Fuck! Thank you. Okay. Where the fuck was that cave? What? Oh, where's my stuff? Dog. Where did it get blown up? No, it's down there. Okay. Oh my god, the amount of skeletons is insane. I know this is like where they spawn, but oh, it's 2B, I forgot. Yeah. I forgot mob spawns even in the nether are like really really overtuned on 2B. Oof. There's nothing more disappointing than trying to jump over a gap when the block below you is soul sand. And then you're just like halfway over and you realize you've lost all momentum and you're just like, fuck, I forgot. It's really annoying to shoot gas with bows. It's way easier than having to do that. I'm a decent shot with a bow in Minecraft. Alright, let's try out these sponges. I'm not gonna lie, if it weren't for this feature, this project would take so much longer than it already is. This Ocean City project we're doing. Like, if we weren't able to just, like, insta-dry out these things and I had to put them through the furnace at, like, 30 seconds per dry per thing, it would be a nightmare. I think it's, like, 10 seconds, but yeah, it's not very forgiving. Like, having to, like, smelter all of these would make the process very, very slow. And I've done it. I've done it before. I've emptied many of these things that way. But knowing this is a feature, and I think it's a newer feature, oh boy, does it help. 35. So I definitely think I have less than I came into the nether with, if I'm being honest, but... Yeah, there's gonna be breakage. What? That was weird. I got hit and my auto totem freaked out and de-equipped my fireworks, put a totem in my hotbar. Like, it was really weird. Okay. That's the wrong portal. That's the exit portal. We're gonna have to destroy these nether portals at some point. And then, like, kill ourselves back to our beds in the overworld just to make it so people can't nether portal their way into our base. And just notice that there, because we haven't left much of a clue we've been there in the nether. And this is really far out, but yeah. Oh, game crashed again. Nice. Okay, that's about where I was going to wrap up stream anyway. Yeah, so... Oh, no. Okay, we're back. Never mind. It actually managed to recover. It actually managed to recover. It managed to recover. We're good. Yeah, it's weird how it's been crashing with almost every switch between the nether and the overworld. I think it's just because I'm streaming, and my PC is dying a slow death. Every day its performance gets, like, its general performance across the board gets worse. Ports are failing and dying out and no longer working, like the USB ports, the motherboard. Like, the ports that are working are starting to crackle, and like, my USB adapter plugged into my USB ports, I'm having to switch it to new ones to get it to start working again when it just randomly drops out. That kind of thing. It's just all falling apart. How's your old PC? Don't have it. This is my old PC. Like, this PC case and, like, the skeleton is what I've used, like, the whole time. Like, this is my PC. This is my old PC. I just put a new graphics card and CPU in it and new RAM. It's still using a shitty 250 gigabyte SSD and a 2 terabyte hard drive. That's a very slow hard drive. So it's like, I'm very much working with not so great technology at the moment. Like, I could definitely use an upgrade. How old's your PC? That's like such a weird question. My PC was made. Like, I built it. So, I have a 2080 Ti, which is good. I have 32 gigs of DDR4 RAM, which is good. I have Ryzen 9 3900X, which is good. Or 3950X, which is really good. The problem is the motherboard is outdated. To be honest with you guys, like, it's not the greatest motherboard. And on top of that, the memory stuff is fucked. Or not the memory, the storage stuff is fucked. Me not having much C drive storage, like, ever, because my C drive is so small, has caused so many persistent computer problems. And another big part of it is just the fact that I'm a streamer. I'm a streamer using hardware that's, at this point, somewhat outdated. And, like, doing a game is one thing, but streaming a game is a whole other thing, you know? For me right now, this would be running flawlessly. And it is running flawlessly now, because it's just no shaders, no graphical anything. But I'm at like 60 FPS right now. I get up into the hundreds when I'm not live. Like, the amount of performance hit my computer gets, especially with Minecraft, from being the thing that's streaming and playing the game, is massive. So a huge part of it isn't going to be just having a new PC. It's going to be, one, having a new PC so when this one breaks, which it is on its way to doing very soon, it's not the end of the world. And two, being able to use this PC as a streaming PC and a new gaming PC is the one that does all the gaming stuff. So, like, whatever game or video I'm responding to is just being handled by one PC, and all the streaming's being handled by another, essentially meaning that each PC gets to excel at what it's doing. And neither thing gets compromised. Like, maximum quality stream footage, maximum quality video recording footage, while at the same time, the game quality itself, like the graphics, the performance, all of that, is as if I wasn't even live. So that's the goal. That is the goal, is the dual PC streaming setup. Which is what most larger streamers have. This isn't like a special thing by any means. It's what most people who do this for a living and take it seriously will go for eventually. It's just that I'm not a super wealthy streamer. So it's a bit of a dream of mine, you know? Is to have a PC set up that baller. Yes, that is true, but Demon Mama's game interests are different from mine. Demon Mama likes to play games that can run on a Mac. Minecraft, though, notably, is a very poorly optimized game that, especially the Java edition, when I play, is just, like, literally borderline unfunctional. Let me zoom around and see if I can see any water left in here. Oh, yep. There's still water left in that portion. Okay. Hey, Kyanist. Ooh, water. Ah, that's how you got in. Alright, I guess it's time to start mining this out a little bit. Make sure you use Silk Touch on the lanterns, by the way, if you mine with me, Kyanist, these lantern things here. Make sure to use something Silk Touch, because they'll just shatter into something else, and I don't think you can recraft them. You might be able to craft sea lanterns. I genuinely don't know. I'm just not willing to risk it. Alright, we're going to wrap up stream in about 5 minutes, though, so I'm just basically doing a little bit of preliminary excavation. But next stream, which will be the day after tomorrow, is when we're going to be doing the hardcore ocean monument excavation and getting a whole nother ocean monument's worth of prismarine. I think what we'll do is we'll mine out 3 ocean monuments. There's another one nearby as well we can do after this one. This is our second one, so that'll be a total of 3. That is a fuck ton of prismarine, mining out entirely 3 whole ocean monuments. That is a metric fuck ton of prismarine and ocean lanterns. Then I'm going to mine up as much quartz as I can, because I want to use quartz as the accent block. White quartz is the accent block for the build. And that should get us, like, pretty far into the resources needed for the main part of the build. So we should be able to take a long break from mining resources after that point and just get to, like, excavating the area for, you know, where we're going to build it, create, like, the general environment, and then start building the actual, like, central part of the base. They are craftable, but drop less than the sum of their parts. Okay, perfect. So it is actually way more beneficial to Silk Touch these. I don't have a Silk Touch pick on me right now, because I gave it to Kyanist, and I only had the one. But I have a Silk Touch axe, and it works too, so it's all good. Now, though, we do have a villager trading hall. I actually still need to get an efficiency 4 villager. I totally forgot. I thought we'd gotten all the villagers we needed. We totally don't have efficiency 4. So I need to get another villager and, like, throw down enchanting table thing, Electron over and over again until he's selling efficiency 4, name him, lock it in, all that stuff, and then bring him over to the stalls. So we can start producing our own god tools, like self-manufactured. That's a big cool part of the Village and Pillage update, is it's literally completely possible to use villager trading to, like, break game progression to the extent you can mass produce god tier armor sets of diamond armor, and then from there you just need netherite to upgrade them to, like, the best armor in the game. All the enchanting books, the diamond armor itself, tons of XP bottle. Like, using the raid farm, you get tons of XP on its own, but then you can also use the emeralds from clerics to buy bottles of enchanting. And if you have enough of them, you could literally just be on a constant cycle of spending emeralds on bottles of enchanting, hoard hundreds of them in a day, literally hundreds of bottles of enchanting, and you've got, like, literally instant free XP on the go for mending all of your gear. It's especially useful mid-fight, so it's just, it's so OP how much villager trading is going to affect the 2B2T economy. I'm very curious if, like, 2B2T players who are, like, allergic to vanilla content even realize how possible it is now, how much more possible it is now than ever for a new player to actually vanilla grind their way up to god armor and, like, being wealthy on the server, like, to the extent they can go to spawn and gamble dozens of kits without having to take advantage of a dupe. Like, just playing vanilla. It's a new age of 2B2T. Times they are a-changin', my friends. It's pretty exciting. As someone who's played on the oldest Anarchy server in Minecraft for so long. The crazy thing is, the update was so unpopular with, like, a lot of people in the fan base, that it's looking, like, possible that FitMC might have been one of the people who's also cut ship and run and left 2B despite the, reset of the changes people hated. Because there were people who still stayed gone despite the changes getting reverted, because if we're being honest, they probably wanted to quit 2B for a while anyway and just use this as an excuse. Or they just feel like taking a break from the game and they're using it as an excuse. So that'd be interesting. That'd be wild if FitMC left 2B and it was like, once again, a relatively YouTuber-less server. Where it was like, there are no longer like big clouded up YouTubers making content on the server and like blowing it up. So it'd have to live on its own merits as a server. Without the help of big YouTubers. That would be an interesting thing to see. That's going to be exciting if that happens. Okay, hold on a second. I love the sound reverberation of the Guardian faps on the floor. They make the most fappy sounding noise. Who remembers when everyone said it sounded like fapping whenever a slime jumped around? Then they added Guardians and it was like, wow, so this is just full on like wet, meaty fucking slapping, huh? We're just going all in on that sound effect. Just clapping. Alright. I'm getting blown up by these Guardian boys a bit too much. Ugh, my nose is starting to run for absolutely no reason. I don't have a tissue, no! Okay. These are all better signs than anything that it's time to wrap up stream here. Listen, everybody. Ugh. Wait, did they revert the item deletion? Yes, they did, Dis. It's been weeks now since that happened. Alright, everybody. Listen up. I am about to host a watch party in my Discord server, okay? It is in the Xander's Theater. What music is playing? Why? Create event. Stage channel. Fiona. And Cake. Start time. Today. At now? They made this a little bit of a pain in the ass to set up. Does it need a cover image? What? It needs a cover image? Start time must be in the future. Oh. Okay, we have to start it at midnight then. Fuck. Well, it has to be set to start. It's a weird thing. Discord's fucked. Create event. There we go. Okay. Okay, the event has started. Let's go. Nice. Dope, dope, dope. Alright, I see people joining. I already see people joining. Okay, everybody. So if you're still watching right now, you're going to want to join my Discord server, and you're going to want to scroll down the left sidebar, and you're going to see a little, like, almost Wi-Fi symbol looking thing that's going to be called Xander's Theater. It's what's called a stage. You're going to click on that and then click join stage called Fiona and Cake. I'm going to make an announcement in the Discord server, of course, to bring in a lot more people and let them know what's up. But we're starting that watch party now, like literally as soon as I end stream. We've got less than 15 minutes till the new episode premieres, so we're going to be hopping right the fuck into it, everybody. Thank you all so much for watching me today. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your donos. Manado, Soyboy, Small Fry, and Desintuit. I really do appreciate it, but I got to get in there, guys. Thank you all so much for watching. I love you all very much. You have all been amazing and awesome. And as always, have a good one. I hope to see you in the watch party.